Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the recovery addict live stream in their courtroom. Fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, he's Verbis Latina.
My mic is wiggling. Hang on one second. There we go. Now we're ready to start. Good morning, good Friday morning to all of you. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the recovery addict. Thank you so much for being here today. It's wonderful to be with you this Friday. We are back with Leticia Stauch. One more day of phone calls, unfortunately. Hopefully just the morning. Hopefully just one call in the morning. That's what we've got our fingers crossed for. We can make it through half an hour. Half an hour of yada, 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 and then we'll move on. I'm looking forward to the hairstyle watch. We'll see what exactly presents itself on top of her head today.
Taking it easy.
I wonder if her hair will change length at some point during this trial as well. That'll be interesting. All right, first of all, Sharon McDonald, congratulations, repeat offender, habitual offender, I think at this point. Congratulations on winning the internet first in chat today. Thank you, Sharon, for doing that as a result, as a penalty, as a punishment, or as a prize, depending on how you view it. Everything IP-related is now yours until we go live again this afternoon after our lunch break. So it's all on your shoulders. No small task, I'm sure, but you're up to it. Thank you very much, Sharon. Appreciate you being here early and prompt in chat. Looks like Jams says, yeah, leveled up. Good morning, all. 1 month. Congratulations, Jams. Appreciate you leveling up by supporting the channel for another month. That is awesome.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I do that a lot. I am going to turn off the cackle noises this morning. I forgot I'd left those on, so give me just 1 minute. Let's see. The cackle and funny are going to go because the case is a little serious. Where are we at?
Alex stole it.
That one. There goes the one. And there's the other. Okay. You guys were quick, but I was fast, almost fast enough. All right, now we're back. All right, let's see the quick check of who's here just to make sure everyone's in their proper seat.
No dead horse.
Looks like they are. Let's see, Jill, Denise. Denise is super excited for you. You've got the live stream tonight, right? Is that what I heard?
Kick back, taking it easy.
Over with Brandy about the Lori Vallow. Can't wait to hear how that Q&A goes with you. I hear you got pages of notes. Gabby Gabs, Be Kind to Victorine, Annie Marie, Annie Pistol, 2 Annies back-to-back, always a good thing. Anna, Nomadic Dragon, welcome. The giant rat that makes all the rules is here. Welcome.
I'm not a camel.
Oh, let's see if I can put you up on the screen. There we go. Dallas born, Boston bred, Gabby Gabs, Jessica Nicole. Good morning to you, Jessica. Good to have you here. Donna Thompson, Patty P. Judy's here. Dusty Den, Excited Utterance from the other side of the world, where it's nighttime or will be shortly. So, welcome. In the middle of the roll call, not today. Satan just gifted a membership. Congratulations to whoever that went to. I think I might be able to see over here on the other screen. Looks like that went to Amy H. Congratulations, Amy. And thank you very much. Not today, Satan. Let's see. Grandkids Galore is here. Maven Kajulis. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right. Maven Kajulis. I butchered it, huh? I got it wrong. I am very sorry. I really am. Jennifer Couch, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Good to have you here with us.
Hi, RA waving hand from here in Yorkshire, UK.
Oh, Farming Simulator Pro. I was going to mention you this morning. I was Farming Simulator Pro is a lawyer level supporter of the channel. Fantastic. And I was going out, as I do at that level. I search for your social media and I try to follow you and take a look at what you do online. And Farming Simulator Pro plays Farming Simulator. It's a game, and now before you laugh, let me tell you my experience, because I've told you I've been addicted to video games. The only game I still really have on my computer is Farming Simulator Pro. It is the most relaxing, or not Pro, but Farming Simulator. I think about 21 or something. I don't remember the year, but I always thought, why in the world would anyone want to play a game acting like you're a farmer? And the curiosity got the best of me, and I got the game. And 3 hours later, I'm plowing my canola field, and I've got a couple tractors and trailers, and I've got the harvester running, and I'm mowing grass and baling. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so much fun. Farming Simulator Pro has a YouTube channel where they share Farming Simulator Pro game videos, so you can watch and you can ride along in the tractor and see the progress. Thank you very much. I just posted a little comment, and then he responds with a huge super chat, or she. I think it's a he. But awesome. From Yorkshire, UK, the coolest thing about Farming Simulator, the game, for me, is that they have maps that are like actual farms. Like, you're like, hey, I've been there type thing. And it's just extremely realistic. But awesome. So glad to have you here. Thank you, my friend, for your great support of the channel. Once again, amazing. Thank you. Let's see. Loving my vet off grid. Awesome. Welcome to the gallery. I had to carefully sound your name out to make sure I wasn't saying it wrong. But good to have you here. Off grid is impressive. I wonder if you do any videos about that as well. That's something I've been interested in. Brandy Churchwell, new member for second month. Congratulations, Brandy. Great show last night. I have to say, I fell asleep to it. I woke up laying on my earpods. Somehow they got underneath me, so I don't know where I left off. But that's how I went to bed last night, listening to the recap last night, and your short recap that you did right before, where you did back-to-back shows. Absolutely crazy. I know from experience, to be able to do back-to-back shows like that was amazing as well. Great timeline recap for that case. If you're not following the Lori Vallow trial, you should. And if you do follow it, you should watch it with Brandy Churchwell. Heather W. just gifted 5 memberships as well. Welcome, Heather, and welcome to whoever got the memberships. Let's see. Trying to not lose my place in the roll call. Let's see. I see a couple questions here, so I'm going to get to those just a minute. It looks like Tam Hernandez, Canned Laughter, Courtney Arleo. I think I've been saying that wrong the whole time, Courtney. Arleo. Kim Fashionpar and Miss Willover, Kids Can Draw, all gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Heather, for that. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's see. We've got Grandkids Galore. We've got you. Dawn is in the house. Let It Be Summer. Lisa Barnes, The Scarred Owl. Hope is here. We have hope. We can go on. Whitney Markham. Missy Dee Dee Moo. Welcome.
I was kicked back, taking it easy. It's Friday. We should all kick back, taking it easy. I will say, in my camera here, if I switch to this camera right here, my shirt looks blue. But in this camera here, it's very black. And I don't know why I wear a blue shirt in one camera and a black shirt in the other. But I promise it looks black to me. I don't know why it looks a little blue here. So I'll have to adjust the color balance on my camera a little bit, I guess. Gail Pett, good morning to you. Welcome. Let's see. Eddie, Pampered Glamper, Bushman 613, Amy H. Oh, man. Okay. Tufel 100 Mom? Is that close? Good morning for Texas. Tueffel.
I'm not a camel.
I'm trying so hard. I need a pronunciation guide. Welcome. Good morning to Texas. You're up a little bit early. I think it's 9 o'clock. Well, it's a late start. You're up on time. T. Renee, welcome. Miss Priss. We got the Scarred Owl already. Cindy Lou. Christy Aiken. Arlene Thurling. This morning I woke up, and my number one job that Mrs. Ari gave me, she said, you have got to figure out where we can get our car tire replaced, because we have 2 cars and we have 4 drivers. Okay, and when you do the math, 2 cars, 4 drivers, generally you don't have enough cars and you have too many drivers. That's how it works out for me. But one of our cars somehow picked up a nice big nail right into it. And maybe it also needs more tread than it has. So not only I can't just replace and patch the nail, but I need to replace the tire, and the other one on the other side is also about the same. The front tires are great, back tires are bad, and so I needed to get new tires. And calling around, everyone's like, "Yeah, we can do it for you."
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
This is true. I admit. They said, "Yeah, we can do it for you. We'll have the tires in 3 to 5 days." I'm like, "No, we need the car by noon. We need it by noon." Finally found a place that would do it. And I just dropped off one of my kids' payment, and it'll be done, hopefully around noon. So I will be getting a phone call hopefully from them, and they're going to run and pick up the car this afternoon. That's always fun when you get a flat tire. Luckily, I was able to pump it up and sort of drive it there without, it didn't lose air so fast that it was a problem. Samantha McKinney, welcome to the gallery. New member. Thank you so much, Samantha. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Glad you can be here with us. KH in South Carolina is here as well. Jennifer Perut. Songbits Laura, good to see you again. Content Lasagna, Dusty Den, Law Nerd Amber is here. Shell E.A., good morning. Good morning to you, Shell. Jackie Deshilly. One more pronunciation guide needed. Kenanan. Amy Hamilton. Hey, Amy H. just gave a super sticker with a hiya. Hiya, Amy H. Good to have you here.
Amy H. just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
I forgot I was going to get an announcement, too. It was loud. I had the volume a little loud there. Just about jumped out of my chair. Amy H., thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Diet Coke Mama is here. Amy H., we got you right there. Thank you. Good morning. Roberta, Sayaban, Don is here. Cachette, Lynn Hope. Backwards. I got you backwards right there. Clicked wrong. Case, Christy Aiken. We got Hope. Mars House. I got your text message about the
Are we going to address subject matter?
The police chase in said Northern California. You think most police chases are in California. This was North Carolina, which is where I am, and it's filmed, of all things, it's filmed vertically from the front porch of a Dollar General, which I don't know if you can get any more North Carolinian than filming a police chase from the Dollar General. But it's if we get a minute, I'll have to check and see if it's something I can show, because it is a private person's video. Mars, if you filmed that, that would be great. But it's probably somebody else's. I'm just let me know, and I'll be able to share it if you have the rights to it. Gene P, welcome. KH in South Carolina, we got you already. Babs 09, Cindy Lou is here. Amanda G. Dodie Sweeney, Deebs, Alita Barragan. Good morning from sunny southern Florida. Our weather's going to change, I think, tomorrow. Pretty much all of us on the East Coast are in for a bit of a surprise. A little wind and maybe some crazy rain and stuff. Dusty Den is here. Kimbers, Ohio, welcome. Thanks for taking a seat. Chat is populating with the beat today, says Leonard Amber. Jesse P, good morning. Okay, we're gonna get started here a little bit. I think I can only do a few minutes of roll call, and here's the deal. If I do a little bit of roll call every morning, and then I call out a few people as well,
there's a lawsuit. Over
time, as everyone comes in early, you have a higher chance of being on the roll call, because we want to get straight to the court cases. We want to talk about the things that are super exciting for us. I need to turn that off and this on. Okay, there we go. We want to talk about Leticia's hairstyle, which is coming up here soon. There we go. Wait for it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
All right. Sharon Ken Sharp. Good morning from the Oregon coast. I have to say, as far as beauty goes, the Oregon coast has it in spades. If you've not been there, it is absolutely breathtaking. California is pretty. I love the cliffs down in California. Oregon is unbelievable. Just gorgeous. I believe the water is still too cold to really swim in and enjoy. You can swim in it and not enjoy it because it's cold. But beauty is just hands down. It's wonderful. If you want to swim in the water and love it, you've got to come over here to the East Coast and hang out here in North Carolina. I know you Floridians think you got it, but Outer Banks, it's perfect. They're perfect. Okay, Samantha, thank you very much for joining the gallery as well. We have a new member, Alyssa K. Thank you very much, Alyssa. Welcome to the jury. We have a buffer sound. What does that mean? It means I'm doing something wrong. Let me look for it. Probably birthdays is my guess. Let's see. Slow chat, please. This is the mod. Slow chat, please. I'm sorry. We're going to have to. It is going very fast, and the mods can't keep up. The downside, if we don't slow the chat down when it's going very fast, is that the wrong people get a little bit of a timeout. or get deleted on accident. So if your comment suddenly gets deleted, you get a message that it's been removed by a moderator, and you're like, what did I say? It's probably because chat was going too fast and they're trying to click on something else that was not appropriate. Please don't be offended if that happens. Our mods are doing the best they possibly can, and we are working them overtime. We really are. It's a hard job. We've recently brought on 3 new mods to help with the crowd, which is just going to get bigger the closer we get to verdict day. We know that on verdict watch, it's just going to boom, it's going to explode, and at that point, you just surrender, you duck and cover type thing is how chat goes on those days. But the 3 new mods, and they come over and they're like, whoa, I didn't realize all this was involved. They honestly do so much work. A big shout out to them. I could not have this channel without the mods. I don't know how else to say that. Honestly, all of you make it what it is with being a fun community, but the mods make it just do so much work in the background that doesn't get seen by so many people. I just owe them a ton, and we'll get to recognize them here soon as we're working on a little gift for them is what we're going to do. Alyssa, anyway, thank you for that. Did I get you up on screen, Alyssa? I hope I did. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to look for questions here as we get ready to get started. The court feed is up, as I can show you right here. Nothing's coming yet from court, so we'll hang tight for that. Audio's turned on. We're not going to miss anything when it starts. Leticia cam is set to go. We're good. All right. Kimberly, good morning to Oklahoma from North Carolina. Good to have you here. Let's see. I'm not late. First time ever, says Mars House. You are on time. Wonderful. I do apologize.
I will be in Sidebar chat in Discord tonight at 8 p.m. EST for Q&A about Vallow trial yesterday.
Awesome. In Discord. That is fantastic for the Q&A, because that means people get to like literally ask you a question verbally. That is something I think I'll try to pop into at 8 p.m. That's going to be an hour before, because we start our podcast at 9. So I might be able to pop in a little bit as I'm prepping for the podcast. So excited to get your take on what happened in the Lori Vallow trial, with you being there in the courtroom, which is just amazing. So many of us are jealous of you. All right. Good morning, Sherry Smith. Good to have you here. Everyone have their tissue earplugs ready. Don has some. Good to go. Is your tire all good now? I hope so. It's in the store. This appointment is scheduled for 45 minutes from now. I took it in before 9 a.m., so I'm hoping they can get it done by noon. I've got my fingers crossed, because kids need to go every which direction. My second oldest is going to be doing an overnighter at a camp, an hour and a half away. Family's going to be headed to dinner tonight with a friend about half an hour away. Possibly me going with them, as long as court times line up. It's going to be fun. Aramis Duran, welcome. Mrs. Diana as well. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. It is a fantastic Friday. Linda Barclough. Is it Barclough? Hi from the UK. Welcome. I say Barclough because I had a friend growing up whose last name was Barrowclough. Hers was Barclough, so I mispronounced it. JT is up and awake, which is just phenomenal. I don't know how you do it, JT. As some of you know, JT has like 6 jobs, and then he has many side hobbies. And all of them involve him being awake, and I do not know how he lives from day to day without any sleep. But JT did a great job last night, at least all the part I was awake for. It was good. Fantastic. All right, it is No Pants Friday. Yep, I would show you, but that would sort of defeat the purpose of No Pants Friday. Let's see, Cindy Lou from Michigan, welcome. Okay, we are... Should we guess her hairstyle? Tony Green, I would love to guess, but I'm thinking that her purpose is actually to do stuff that's not like a style so much as just weird, as like drawing attention to the fact that it's not really a style. I mean, if she were to come in with pigtails, it would be like, okay, that's different. That's cool. But it's something somebody does when they have long hair. They do pigtails, or they do a ponytail, or they'll tuck it back, or wear it close to the head. She'll wear it down in front. But then when she just has a lump up front and a lump up back, or change it around and a big, tip over thing. I don't know. I don't see that as much as a style as us trying to get our attention to say, hey, look at me, I'm crazy. Charlene, good morning. Welcome. A shaved head, says Mr. Upper Torso. Once you go shaved, there's no going back. There was if you watched last night, there was one witness. There was one witness last night, and I was a little tired. I did comment a little bit about it, but he was, I think he was a detective or a police officer, and if my head looked that good bald, I would shave my head now. No, I haven't seen many people who look really good bald, but he was pulling it off and doing it well. I'm afraid that when I go bald, because I'm sure it will happen eventually, I won't look quite as perfectly sculpted as he does. Jane Dashwood, hello to England. What part of England? I've been there a few times. Well, I've been there for a long time, once. That counts. Spent a couple years over there. Aunt Mel in Georgia, good morning. New to the channel. Everyone is ready for a 5-hour interview of LS. At least it won't be a phone call of yada, yada, yada. That's what we've got our fingers crossed for. But yeah, we're going to start with one phone call. Should be about 29 minutes long. I think it's exhibit number 59. Should be the last phone call with Al recorded with the FBI's help. So that one's going to be painful. I'll try to make it as easy to listen to as possible as we adjust the audio and turn down those high pitches that she ratchets herself up into as she gets excited. Valerie, welcome. Jennifer, what the hair? Jennifer, good to have you here. I'm calling low pigtails, says Amanda G. Low pigtails. That's good. Maria, good evening from Norway. Great, wonderful. I will say, jeg kan ikke snakke norsk. That's as close as I can get to it. I'm sorry. I've got family that's Norwegian, but I never picked up the language. Beautiful country, though. I've spent some time there. I won a photo contest. Well, I took second place in a photo contest in Norway. Stories on the podcast a couple of weeks back if you want to hear about that. But I like to tell people I took second place in a beauty contest because of that. Golden Girl, love this group. Welcome, Golden Girl. Happy anniversary on your 3-month membership. Appreciate your continued support. How long of an interview today? Kenneth, the phone call is half an hour. The interview is 5 hours. So I'm envisioning, because I have not seen this interview, I have not heard anything about it. I'm envisioning something similar to Sarah Boone. Only yada, yada, yada instead of not intentional. I think that's what we're facing. It's going to be interesting because I don't think the police will put up with her in this interview the way that Al was putting up with her on the phone. So they just might call her out. They'll let her run. They'll let her free spool for a while, but it's going to be quite entertaining, I think, at different points. 6-Volt Bus just gifted a membership. Thank you, 6-Volt. In addition to being a fantastic mod and doing all that on the side, he's gifted memberships. Thank you. Appreciate that. That one went to, let's see.
How do I become a member?
Depends who am I speaking to. Hang on 1 second. It just said something.
SBLF.
SBLF. Okay, hang on. TW sent the Sarah Boone Letter Fund. That's the SBLF. Thank you for the continued donations to that fund. We do hope that one day that letter comes through that we have requested from the governor. Kathleen Tackett, how do I become a member? If you're on a mobile device, it's a little harder. You might want to type !join in chat, and it will put up a response. Oh, it's right there. Having trouble joining as a member? Click here to join. There's a link that will take you to the page where you can purchase a membership. Alternatively, if you type !gifts, like somebody did right here, the bot will respond with another link that says you can go here and you can change the gift setting on the channel to on, basically telling YouTube, I would be open to winning a membership. And that way, when somebody like 6-Volt Bus purchases a membership like he just did, you would be in the pool of eligible recipients and you could win that. And this community is incredibly gifting. So there's a good chance of that. It's much better than winning the lottery, I can tell you that. Whitney says, love the channel. Glad my sister showed me. Whitney, who's your sister? Let's give her a shout out too for being an amazing sister and drawing you in. You can't leave though. Once you're here, we don't let you go. Stacia Lee says, congratulations on reaching 15K. Roll on 20K. Love the channels. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that. Good to have you with us. Thanks for the 3 months of support as well. Nicole Lambert, welcome to the gallery as a new member. You guys are incredible. Well, once you are a member, one of the great perks that come to that. Sleuths Investigate as well, new member. Love the name. I think we probably will be talking soon with your interest. Love the name. Abby UK just gifted a membership. These are my mods. Honestly, they work all day long and they gift memberships on the side. I could not thank them enough. They are absolutely amazing. Abby has been here since the beginning, really. Just in the early days when we were thinking that maybe in 6 months I would get to 1,000 subscribers. Abby's been there since before it blew up. Thank you so much, Abby. You've been fantastic. All right. Let's see. Welcome to Hotel California. I would sing the song, but I'm pretty sure I'd get a copyright strike on that one. The Eagles are not very forgiving about using their songs. JT Brews Crime, 1 month. 1 month already. That has been crazy. You guys are doing fantastic. He says, well, I can't think of a better community to be part of. Thanks, RA, for all you do in front of and behind the camera. If you guys don't know this, JT is incredibly smart with technology. If you look at Brandy's channel, he does a lot of the technical work behind the scenes. I think he does stuff with Discord as well. He makes things work and makes it smooth. It just incredible. And him teamed up with Brandy, that channel is going to explode. Honestly, this, if you want to be able to get to know a streamer like JT, who, you know, before it blows up, before it's so big that the chats are hard to read type thing as they fly by, now is the time. They are going to go amazing. It's going to go to the moon. Their channel is fantastic. JT, thanks for your support. I cannot believe you're awake. You're awesome. Okay, Jessica Nicole, welcome to the gallery as well. Chandra just gifted a membership. Hope S just gifted a membership. Bite Me just gifted a membership. Miss just gifted 5 memberships, and Miss Bella gifted a membership. If you're asking how to become a member, you just sit there and wait, and they apparently it just comes to you. You guys are unbelievable. Happy Friday to you. It's going to be a great day. We're ramping ourselves up because unfortunately it's going to start off with a phone call from Al to Leticia, and then our memory's gonna be like, oh man, my ears. Can I just? Yeah, I'll be done at that point. Carrie Stockhill, welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here as well. MCAT gifted a membership. You guys are amazing, honestly. I will say you don't need to be a member to participate. Obviously, I make you subscribe to comment just because that keeps the bots out. Because the bots generally aren't scripted to subscribe to a channel. If you guys can see this, my whole screen is like full up of people that have gifted memberships and have just joined. Em Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. For some reason, it doesn't announce it when there's no text that goes along with it, and I do apologize for that. But thank you so much for your support, for being a member as well. I forget what I was saying right before this. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Members all over the place. Irene from England. I'm curious when you say England. I'm curious what part of England. In my travels in England, I was like Aylesbury, Watford, Rickmansworth, Chelmsford, Kings Lynn, Thetford. Spent some time down in Hyde Park, down in the city range. Yeah. Anyway, so that's where I think they call it East Anglia is sort of the area I hung out in quite a bit. I have my constitutional rights are being violated in today's bingo card. Brooklyn, my constitutional rights are being violated. That would be, I assume that's coming from Leticia. That would be my guess. That's where it is. And that will be interesting. If that comes up, you definitely deserve it. Linda Jernigan, thank you for the super generous super chat as well. Thank you so much. You are incredible. Thank you for your support. I don't know why it doesn't read your name, because I need all the help pronouncing names that I can, even if it's just a computer voice. Don't forget, you have to opt in to receive gift memberships. After all, after that, it's random. Dusty Den, thank you. Yes, YouTube is not going to make you a member of a channel you don't want to be a part of, so you have to make sure you turn on that gift setting. Welcome, Donna Simon. Oh, there we go. Welcome, Donna, as a member, and also, not just a member. Hang on. Why does
Alex stole it?
Did you join
think Ellis's
twice?
mom Deborah will testify at all?
Donna, I show you joined twice. I don't know how you did that. Maybe it just came up twice. But double
Missed
welcome.
you yesterday. Please keep doing trials. I dig you.
Do you think Ellis's mom Deborah will testify at all? I don't know. I don't know what she would testify about. Generally, the testimony you're gonna hear from a witness is to bring in some evidence, something they saw, something they witnessed. If she is testifying, I mean, it could be for the state about her mental state. I don't know. I'll have to look. If somebody could take a look at the list of potential witnesses or state witnesses, that would help a little bit. Missing People said, missed you yesterday. Please keep doing trials. I dig you. We did have a little bit of fun yesterday. We had a car chase. We also went back and watched the sentencing for Mark Jensen that happened just last week. That was a trial we started covering, and then it got a little spicy with all the pictures. So we had to bail on that just a little bit. But we did want to go back and watch him be sentenced again back to life in prison without parole, what he had before. Brandy Churchwell gifted a membership as well. Brandy, thank you so much. A fantastic job last night. Looking forward to more from you as well. I think you got the day off in Lori Vallow, right? I think today they're so far ahead of schedule, is what I heard, that they're taking Friday off. They're just like, hey, long weekend, guys, let's do it. Okay, let's see if we have any questions. I heard T and Al talking about Nancy Grace yesterday. I wonder if she'll be called as a surprise witness. I don't think so. I don't think they would. That would be funny. I didn't see her on the witness list. It didn't stand out if she is. Isn't the 5-hour interview with Leticia and either the cops or FBI? That's what I hear. 5 hours of testimony of witness. It should be video at least, not just audio. And I'm praying that they have a good audio recording system and it's not just like a portable microphone set up next to the air vent that's running on high in a room full of metal chairs on a hard floor. Where'd we have that? The Border Patrol trial, the Juan David Ortiz, that interrogation. Oh my goodness. Every time the chair moved, it just split our eardrums. What time was the car chase? The car chase actually happened 2 days ago at noon during our lunch break. But Dallas Born Boston Bred, if you want to see the video, you can go back to yesterday morning's video and you can see it. We followed it there. It was crazy. It had everything but an alligator. If it had an alligator, it would have been perfect. It did have a goose. There was a goose in that, literally a goose.
Do you think Ellis is doing crazy hair to try convince jury she is insane?
Yes.
Thanks for the great stream.
Jules, I 100% do. I think you're seeing her about to snap as far as acting out. Not like snap as far as insanity goes, but snap as far as acting out.
Congrats, the Gas Drops Discord reaching 1,300.
As the Gavel Drops Discord reaching 1,300. You guys are amazing. The Gavel Drops is very early on. The ladies over that run the As the Gavel Drops Discord invited our community to join them, which was so generous, first of all, because they have done so much work and they just let us walk in and view and participate and watch and see the benefits of everything they had done. It's been extremely popular. It's growing so fast because of that. You guys have been very supportive of their channel as well, of that the Discord page. Some of their mods are mods here as well. A lot of crossover. They've also been very welcoming to Brandy and JT and a couple other places that have similar interests. And if you want the documents, if you're into the document hound side of things or in-depth two-way discussion about different aspects of a case, Discord is where to do it. It is the right format. They have voice chat. They have all the cases you can dream of. You know, everything on the docket, the schedule. It's amazing. If you ever need the link to that, type !Discord in chat, and we'll put the link up, and you can pop over there, and you can just get lost in data. It's so much fun. Okay, let's see. I asked several of you where you're from in England, and I think I've missed your responses, and I do apologize. Let's see. Will this be the same interrogation video that anyone can watch on YouTube? Is it 5 hours long, Sarah Bailey? Because I have not looked for an interrogation video. If it's already out, That will be a little less dramatic, especially as we're trying to guess what happens in it. Some of you might be cheating if you've already seen it. I have not seen it. I have not heard that there's a video out for a 5-hour video. Look at the Kenneth Bianchi. I almost said that really badly. He pretended to have multiple personalities. That's who she's trying to emulate. Rita, the people that are taking the day off, I think it's Lori Vallow. We'll still have the Letecia Stauch trial today. That's going on. What is the BK trial? Big Mike. BK is Brian Koberger. He's the individual who's accused of murdering the 4 college students in Idaho. He got captured after a road trip across the country. They went all the way back to, where was it? Was it Pennsylvania? I think it was Pennsylvania. But we followed him and the plane he was on back as he got dragged back to Idaho, even though the plane was unmarked and was supposed to be a secret. We and some other people were able to suss out where it was, and we were able to follow him across the country. That was a lot of fun. It's a crazy trial. It's crazy because you've got what appears to be a first-time offender with Brian Koberger. I know there's a lot of speculation there that there were some other murders, but what appears to be a first-time offender who's killed 4 people with a knife, stalking, just crazy, just it's awful. Okay, it's awful. It's the crime scene was incredible. You've got a witness who saw him, like made eye contact type thing as he walked by. It's an amazing case. It has tons of data points. You're going to need Brandy Churchwell on this one. She makes a chart with all the timeline, with all the data points, so you can see what happened when and where. We're going to need that because there's security cameras, there's traffic cameras, there's cell phone pings all over the place, several different locations over multiple days. Good stuff. Donna Simon. Donna, welcome to the gallery. So good to have you here. Thank you so much for your support. And Sir Breezy, 1 month, says, zebra, zebra, zebra. That is all. Yes, we did add a little zebra on special request. So that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Okay. So yeah, the Letecia Stauch trial does not happen on Thursdays. That's the one day they take off. The judge has his other docket things on Thursday. So today we're going to have Leticia back. GK, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And Mars House as well just gifted another membership. So someone else just became a member as well. And it looks like, let's see who that would go to. Becky New. Congratulations. Becky New is the winner there. I will say all the new members, one of the great perks about being a member is you get to type !seat in chat. And then you get to move up to the front row where we have reserved seating for all members. And the view up there is fantastic. There's no one blocking your view. You can see everything. If it gets a little crowded, if you want to, that's not necessary, but you could also upgrade to a jury seat or the lawyer seat. We have a couple of them. Obviously, Farming Simulator Pro sits in the lawyer seat and enjoys the view from his leather throne. Savas Gun, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And I guess I could probably thank you for Jiggly Jewels, Joe Laundry, Dez, Donna G, and Black Beauty. All of them gifted memberships. Thanks to you. All right, court is going to start in about 25 minutes. 25 minutes is by my count. It's going to be a rough start, but I think if we come in with a lot of energy, we can get through the phone call really quickly, and then we can get on to the good stuff. And I think it will get better. We will have some experts. Lisa Barnes has your hand up. Hey, Lisa. Nice to see you. Welcome so much. I think she's trying to say it's an altar with every different hairdo and attitude. Katrina, we might need to watch and see, because I do think if she has
taking it easy,
if she does have a different hairstyle today, and if she changes it, does the change in hairstyle correlate with the same time she changes hand that she's writing with? Because she appears to be ambidextrous, at least for drawing, possibly for writing as well. But that'll be interesting to see if one hairstyle writes with the right hand and the other hairstyle writes with the left. Welcome, Carla Larson. Thank you so much for joining. Love the pups in the picture there. That is beautiful. Appreciate your support. Okay, I saw the interview. Oh, that just updated. Sorry, I just missed where I was. She's going to go full Bellatrix Lestrange from Harry Potter. Let's See, Bobby Hanson, are you here? This is One Popular Courtroom. It's a lot of fun. We're excited to be back to this trial today as we're moving quite along. I think I would guess that we're probably about a week from the prosecution arresting. That's just my guess. Within a week. Maybe we'll get a timeline from them today. Amanda E., thanks for gifting a membership. That one went to Danny Austin. Awesome, Danny. Great to have you here with us today as well. Congratulations, back in green. True Crime Shining Light says, he's another one that is such a creep and sleazebag. Major creeper, makes the hairs on my neck stand up, and I honestly believe he has done other murders. He is an incel.
I'm not a camel.
What triggers your sound bites? Christine Daly, the sound you just heard, the camel sound, was triggered by Eileen here, by an exclamation point camel. If you type commands with the exclamation point before it, so exclamation point commands with an S on the end, it will show you a list of most of the commands that are available. I have a few up there that I haven't told you what they are. Most of those are links to people's websites that we support on the page. But those commands can be triggered by you through chat,
No dead horse go unbeaten.
like that. And those commands,
Subject matter jurisdiction.
those commands are generally sound bites from either trials we watched together or just
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
That's Judge Manning that you just heard right there. She does some great work. She's also on YouTube as well. Maybe she was told she was put it up
back, taking it easy
because of the hair forts and fiddling. Yeah, so we have a lot of sound effects. One of them, the one you hear that sounds like the internet connecting, the buffer sound, that's reserved just for mods to get my attention in case something's gone wrong or I need to notice something. For instance, I've neglected to ask if it's anyone's birthday today, and we do like to recognize birthdays. It's Friday. Maybe if you have a birthday either today or before Monday, it would be appropriate to let us know in chat so we can sing to you. Appropriately. I do feel bad. I made I think it was Mr. Upper Torso. I think I made you sing happy birthday to people yesterday because I had you on the phone, on the burner phone when I was doing birthdays. And you did such a good sport as well. Okay, Matthew Harris is in the house. We have legal representation. We can start now. That is great. Is Nicole here as well? That way we have opposing counsel. I'd like to have Matthew and Nicole on at the same time so they can argue legal matters betwixt themselves.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Here we go. Laura Olson. Mary C. mentioned birthday.
Let no dead horse
okay, so
go unbeaten.
Laura, I'm not sure if I can write these down in time. Where's my paper? It's gone. So Mary C. Laura. So okay, hang on. Mary. Laura.
Bring the jury.
Thea. Okay, I think that's it. Nope. Let's see. Happy birthday. I was a victim of my own portal once again last night, so I missed the last hour of Brandy's coverage. Lou Laura, that's hilarious. Portal happens to be it's like a code word that keeps coming up during that trial. Some crazy ideas there.
Matter jurisdiction?
There's Buffer. What did I miss? Justin. Justin Bobby. Oh my goodness. I don't know how to sing when there's that many people. I might just be able to play a quick verse of the song.
There's a lawsuit.
Thea, happy birthday to you as well. We got an anniversary with Jill. Patriza. Nutmeg Rose married 25 years today. Congratulations, Nutmeg Rose. That is amazing. Congratulations to you and your hubby. It's my birthday, says Marcy. So many birthdays. Okay, we're going to play the birthday. I'm not sure if I can sing, honestly. Is it all right if I don't sing this one? Because really, how do I get Mary, Laura, Thea, Justin? How do I fit all that in? Because the music, I can't pause the music to say the names. We'll just listen to the music briefly. Whitney Markham, birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. It's a popular day for sure. Oh, the portals are secret. It's like Fight Club. You don't talk about the portals, right? That's I think Ashley said it best here. Happy birthday to everyone whose birthday it is this weekend. Thank you so much for being here. Honestly, on your special day, the idea that you would take time out and spend some time here, that warms my heart. Thank you so much. I hope you have an absolutely fabulous birthday and you get everything you deserve and more. Thank you so much. Okay, trial is getting close. I'm hoping that they bring up the camera really quickly, which they haven't done. Let's see. Oh, Kelly Evans, welcome. I'm not sure if I got you. Carla Larson as well gifted a membership, and Catatonic says thank you for the gift, and with a 1 month membership message anniversary. Lots of birthdays today. We've had a similar number of people in chat and had no birthdays, and I don't know how you do that statistically. I think if you have 365 people, shouldn't one of them have a birthday that day? But some days we have a lot, and some days we have little. But so exciting, and a Friday to boot. Catatonic Catatonic received a membership and then promptly regifted or paid it forward, I guess is the right word, the membership as well. Catatonic, thank you so much for that. That is awesome. I think the new one went to Olivia Rose. Thank you so much. Congratulations all. All right. Do we have any questions that we can talk about? I realize some of you, your schedules are different, right? Some people have Fridays off, and that's why they can watch. Some people have different competing interests for their time throughout the day. I'd like to get you caught up on anything if you have a question. Vinny's mom says, I saw you last night in chat on another channel. I do wander around a little bit. Thank you for noticing. There's some good channels out there. Looks like Nicole woke up and made it to court. Welcome, Nicole. Good to have you here. Nicole's one of our other friends of the channel that provides some legal analysis. Both Matthew Harris and Nicole Goodman, both lawyers that are great supports around the channel. We always tap them on the shoulder when we have a question that we just need answered by somebody who has their bar card. That's where we go. Welcome, Nicole. She's closer to the West Coast, too, so we give her a little break on the early morning hours. Carrie has a great question. Says, Recovery Addict, do we know if LS ever tells the truth in any of these calls or interviews? Carrie, here's what I'll say. Yes and no. Yes, we know she tells a bit of the truth, but I've never heard her tell a story that includes all facts that were able to be observed. So she doesn't say, here's what happened. Here's what I did. I went here, dropped off the car. We find out that she went and got a rental car, and she'll tell us that part. But then she says, "Oh, I went to get dog food," and we know that she went and picked up the body. So every lie that she tells is actually, it's got a seed of truth. Take a little seed of truth and then roll it in a big ball of lie. And then as you're filtering through everything she's given us, as she's her verbal diarrhea that she's spewing, just the lies that come out. There are little bits that you can pick out that we know are true. The problem is if we don't have evidence that actually says that bit is true, we're not sure which bit it is. And this is a problem for the police because every time she tells another story, they don't know which actionable piece of evidence or information she's given is actually true. Is there an aguardo type thing? They have to chase down every little piece, and unfortunately, that wastes a ton of their time. So a ton of hours were put in searching areas and think for people and things that just didn't exist, that weren't real. But amidst all that, yeah, there was some truth, and that truth sort of gave credence to the rest of the lie. But I don't think she can tell the truth. Patty Foster, thank you so much for becoming a member. I love how many dogs are in the profile pictures. Cute little pup there. That is a cutie. Thank you so much. We definitely are a community that likes our pets. So that's neat. Well, we used to way back when the channel was a little bit quieter in chat. We used to have a recovery weekend.
LS's sister and mom both on witness list.
Oh, okay. Em Elizabeth, thank you so much. Leticia's sister and mom both on witness list. This is going to be for the state then, because the state's really the one that has the huge witness list. I don't know if they're going to call them all, so we'll see if they go that route, or if they think they've got all the evidence they need. But that'll be interesting. I think their testimony will be specific to any time they spent together during the period of the crimes, basically from when Gannon went missing to when she was arrested in South Carolina. So anytime they were together there, they'll be questioned on, and also her behavior, her mental state, and if there was any change. That'll be interesting. I wonder if they're going to be hostile witnesses too. That will be, because a hostile witness you can ask more leading questions with. Miss Emma Elizabeth, thank you for digging that up for us, and thank you for the generous super chat as well. I've fallen into a coin justice pickle research portal, says probably Prissy Pants, whose name I'm going to mess up to my everlasting shame at one point. Matt Bueller says, recovery addict, what happens if she's acquitted by insanity for murder, but guilty of other charges like tampering with the body, mental hospital, or prison? The way the jury's going to handle this, according to the Colorado jury instructions, which are 3,777 pages long, if you read all of them. Obviously, not all of them apply to every jury, so they're only going to be read a portion of it. But in that jury instruction, when there's a not guilty by reason of insanity plea, the jury first, after they pick a foreman, their first task is to determine if she is sane or not. If they decide that she is sane, they move on. If they decide she is insane, they are done at that point. That is the verdict. There's no going on looking at the other charges. So the sanity gets handled first. If they say she is sane, then that's like erase that paper. Now it's just a question of guilty or not guilty. And then you could have a mixture of charges. You could have her guilty for murder and not guilty for tampering a body, or vice versa. But the sanity question is gone. If she is not sane, then she's not. If they determine she's not guilty by reason of insanity, then she can't be found guilty for these charges, and that's when the mental hospital might come into play. I don't think the jury is going to say that she was insane. I can't see them reaching that conclusion. Tom says, what do you think if she gets time outside of solitary and ends doing a bit of time, if not life? Her need for attention may make her brag. Obviously not the full truth, but maybe the why. So she might talk in prison, is what you're saying, later on? I don't know, because even if she does talk, what does she? What do we believe? She's not at the point where she can say, and now you can authenticate my truth because here, I'll tell you where you can find the body. That would be some way to tell the police a story and say, I can prove that I'm telling you the truth because you'll find this piece of evidence here. Anything she says in jail, she can make up any story she wants as long as it fits with what we know so far, and we just be like, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if she's going to brag about it or not. Andrew C., if I didn't already, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. And Mary Beth Robinson, thank you for the gifting one membership as well. And Donna Simon, I think I thanked you already, but welcome to the gallery. Please take your seat. Thank you so much. Hope says, can't remember when Dakota was on the witness stand. I think it was day 2. I think Dakota was day 2. If he said the sister was there or not during the rental van time, thought was just mom, brother, and aunt. They drove across the country, right? They didn't fly in. They got a rental and drove across, I think. That's why they had the rental. I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. I don't remember everyone who was there. That Dakota's testimony, if you missed Dakota's testimony, the very beginning, that will just shock you to your core as he gets up, just as emotional as I'll get out. He does not want to be there. It's super hard for him. He has not seen his sister since, he hasn't seen Leticia since basically that time when they came to help with Gannon. And he just screams out, anguish of soul type scream out. It's like, why Leticia? Leticia, why? Type thing. And it's just, oh my goodness. The pain in his heart that he carried in those 2 words were just unbelievable. And Leticia just sat there, stone face. Nothing. This is her little brother. Anyway, what do you think? Who do you think will give closing arguments? I don't know. But really, I don't have like a preferred prosecutor on this one. I think all of them have very similar styles, and all of them are probably capable of doing it. So I don't know who's going to do it. And closing arguments on the defense side, maybe Cook, the one who's that's closest to the microphone. MYG says, Recover Addict, how do female prisoners take to child killers? The same as male prison? I believe the reaction would probably be similar. Right now, Leticia is sort of in solitary for her own protection. It will probably continue that way if she spends time in prison. Like if she spends the rest of her life in prison, she'll probably have some level of protection because of that for her own safety. I agree. Dakota's testimony was powerful. Let's see. Listen to Brandy Churchwell for that info. She does great timeline events. There's nobody who puts together a better looking and better organized timeline. We have a couple. I will say Amber comes a close second. Amber, I'm not throwing you under the bus. Amber does some great work for us as well. Brandy puts pictures on hers though. Amber, that's what I got to say. Heart goes out to Amber right now. She's got a ton of stuff she's dealing with. One of our great mods, and she is just absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Amber. But
bring the jury.
I love for Lori Vallow timeline. Brandy Churchwell's where to go. What's up with her hairstyle? Child of God, that's what we're looking for today. What is her hairstyle going to be? Vinny's mom says, liked and shared to Twitter, brought 2K followers here. Vinny's mom, thank you so much. It's fun to be here. We're going to start court here in just about 7 minutes. We've got cameras pulled up, waiting right there for anything to happen. As soon as it happens, I'll bring it to you. And we'll get a close-up of Leticia and just see what the hair looks like. I think we're going to see more earbuds or toilet paper earbuds this morning. She probably, because she knows the court's going to start with that, she might already have them in. We'll see if she takes them out after the phone call's over or if she leaves them in for the 5-hour interrogation video. They probably watch her closer too, so she doesn't try to escape. I'm surprised with what they allow. I don't know who I got. Donna, Simon, welcome. DP, welcome to the gallery again. It's that courthouse changed color for you. Thank you so much. Appreciate your continued support on the channel. Did the rentals were examined to support that Gannon's body was in them? Ivory's EP, yes. The rental van that she took across the country, because initially she wanted to use the one that her aunt had rented, and they're like, nope, you can't use ours. We're not going to do that. You have to get your own. So she got her own rental van, and that involved driving the first rental van to the rental place. Budget, I don't know where they went, U-Haul, and they backed up the one van to the other, and that's where we had Dakota see her carry that suitcase that with Gannon's body in it, and her say, struggling with the weight of the suitcase because it was probably pushing 110 pounds maybe. She's struggling with that, and Dakota's like, here, let me help you with that. And she's like, no, I got it. And he's like, what's in it? Why is it so heavy? Softball stuff. And really it was Gannon that was in that suitcase. And Dakota, hearing him testify about that, just tore him up to know that was what's going on. And when he...
Ann Armstrong just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Thank you, Ann, for the super sticker. It tore up Dakota. It tore up Dakota to realize when he put those pieces together and knew what was happening, and realized, because he was there supporting his sister. He's like, what they're saying is bizarre. We're here to help. We're here to find Gannon. And then as the pieces came together, his world came apart. And just the poor guy just absolutely crushed that his big sister could do that. Anyway, so the rental van was the second one. That's the one she drove across. Let's see if I forgot the rest of the question here. I missed where it was. Let's see. Did the rentals were examined? Okay. Yes, the examination part. We know in the second rental that there was some blood that leaked into the floor. They had to cut out part of the floor and do some testing. They did some luminol or Blue Star testing in that van, and there were some presumptive positive results for that. We also heard from Harley during her testimony, because she was in that van with her mom as they drove across the country, that her mom kept the air conditioner on all the time, even when she was cold, to bring fresh air in to make sure the smell didn't get to them. And then the two dogs that were in the car, she kept feeding them CBD treats to try to keep them calm, to make sure they wouldn't, flip out about smelling blood, basically. All right, before trial starts, which is in just a minute, I'm going to need some water, which is your warning, because I do it on mic. Here we go. We have the pink mug today. Pink mug.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the people.
Okay. Do we have everybody? Yeah, I didn't check.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
And after a few short questions, we'll be playing another phone call from here, Judge, so make sure the is connected through podium.
Okay.
Yep.
Need to turn the TV on too, so.
All right, we're beginning. Let me get the Leticia cam ready for you.
Well, I know, that's why
Bring the jury.
right, and that's, yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, here we go with
So-
Leticia cam. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hang on, sorry. I forgot I'd switch that around.
Well, that's right. We're in day what? And I don't know any of these people.
Day 12, I think.
All rise for the jury, please.
Forgot I messed up my cameras yesterday. One is going to be 7. There we go. Okay, sound effects are turned off for the, well, I'll turn them off for just a second. Hang on.
Thank you, Mail.
New Sarah Boone letter on
Court will
Discord.
recall 20
Dated
CR
April 6,
1358, People versus
2023.
Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Taking a minute here to make sure I have all of the right people, because I understand that there were two juries that sort of came in at the same time, and wanted to make sure everybody made it to the right place. All right. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question that I've asked you every day previously. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some telephone calls, I believe it was. And Mr. Allen, how do you wish to proceed at this point?
So we were in the middle of, just so the record is
Here
very
we go.
clear.
Exhibit 57.
57 we finished. Actually, I think 58 we finished, Judge. And we had also at the same time, former Special Agent John Gruesing on the stand.
Yes.
He's here, so we would just ask him to retake the stand.
Okay, Mr. Gruesing, if you would retake your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Okay, our sounds are turned off for trial, so we won't have the sound effects active.
Good morning, Mr. Gruesing.
Good morning.
So we've had an opportunity to listen to all of the phone calls. We've got still one more to go. How, in your experience, as you're working this particular case, are you using the information you're gathering from these phone calls to develop what you talked about on Wednesday, this pattern of behavior for this particular defendant, to inform you of how you're going to interview her eventually?
Yes, we were working as a team and talking with Al after each call to determine exactly what happened on that call. And then before we would make contact with Leticia the next day, we would compare what we learned that day to previous days to see maybe what our new strategy would be.
Did the strategy change, like you're describing, from phone call to phone call or from day to day sometimes?
Yes, and even in the middle of a phone call, it might change depending upon her answers.
I noticed in the, I think it was the last phone call, there was a change where you start using the word, or Al does at your direction, I think, start using the word murder as opposed to accident.
That's correct.
Why did that change happen?
It seemed to us that Leticia was not accepting that this was an accident, even though we kept on posing that through Al. And since she was rejecting that, we encouraged Al to see if she would, what she would react to if we said, well, possibly this was a murder and possibly you were responsible.
In that last call also, People's Exhibit 58, I want to ask you about third person. In your life experience, have you encountered people that have referred to themselves in a third person?
At times, yes.
Would that be both professionally and in just regular everyday life?
Yes, most of it was outside of the FBI, actually.
Can that be a hallmark of somebody that's self-absorbed?
It can be, yes.
Okay. Did you find Letecia Stauch during these phone calls and even during your interview with her that we're going to get to later this morning to also be self-absorbed?
Yes. Almost every call was centered around her and how she was feeling instead of us trying to get her to focus on Gannon.
Okay. As it relates to those last two phone calls, 57 and 58 that we listened to on Wednesday afternoon, was there any other important information in those phone calls that you used to develop that pattern of behavior in your mind going forward? And obviously this is a very open-ended question, but I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to explain those issues.
When Al posed to her about possible injuries to Gannon when he was talking with her about murder, she removed Gannon from the conversation and said, "You're saying words like, did I murder someone and did I hit anyone over the head with a board?" And she basically took Gannon out of the injuries that Al was accusing her of doing. We were trained to look for gaps in a story, like hours missing in a day, as well as illogical use of pronouns, and that jumped out at me.
Why does that jump out at you?
Because it was very personal what they were discussing of Gannon, and then when she's describing that she would be responsible for hitting him in the head with a board or possibly murdering him, she takes Gannon out of the conversation.
Okay. So basically depersonifying Gannon?
Correct.
Okay. This next phone call is the last one that we've admitted.
The lawyer was late. He just showed up.
It comes from February 21st, 1:44 p.m. It's 29 minutes long. At this point, Judge, I'd like to go ahead and publish that. It was previously admitted during Mr. Stauch's testimony. And then when this particular phone call is done, we'll bring Mr. Gruesing back up.
All right. Gruesing, you can go ahead and step down.
Did he say 24 minutes or 29 minutes? I heard 24 this time. That would be better by 5 minutes. Her attorney slept in. So,
hello?
Hey.
So, hey, you said there was an emergency that you need to talk about?
Yes. Are you okay? Because I sent you the message about stopping searching, and I said, "Are you ready to work together with me?" Yes, I sent that to you.
Okay, so what is it?
What do you mean? What is it? I'm telling you. Oh my God, I don't know how to clear to say this. Do you believe me now that I didn't do anything wrong?
I mean, I'm just trying to get you made it seem like there was some urgent news that you had to tell me, and this is.
And I sent you the link you were talking about with the landfill. That was old.
Oh, so there wasn't really anything urgent and pressing that would help me find Gannon.
I'm asking you, are you ready to work together with your wife to do it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going off your list. Number one, Gannon. So let's focus on that. Okay.
So you read my list. Why are people sending this about lies about airports and all this?
I don't know.
You can't have a straight goal in common.
I don't know. I don't care about social media. Never have. Who cares what people are saying? I rode with my mom to the airport.
Okay, where are you?
Where am I?
Yes.
I told you I just stepped out of work on lunch break.
Like as in the node?
No, as in the headquarters.
Okay. Are you gonna be able to stay with your wife so we can work on this together?
I'm not making any promises.
I need to know now, starting tomorrow.
Well, you're not even here. If you're telling me starting tomorrow.
With the dogs. I can't fly the dogs.
Well, how did the dogs get to where you're at if they couldn't fly?
I'm in a car with friends. That's all I've been doing. The dogs can't get on that airplane.
What friends?
Only thing I'm saying are Renee Michelle, so the different people, some adjacent people to me that works with Harley. We stayed at their house.
Okay.
We've just been staying everywhere. The dogs cannot get on an airplane.
Okay, fair enough. But I want to get back to Gannon.
I want you to tell me you're going to work together with me.
That's not a problem.
Be together so we can write down everything, figure this out, get a plan in place.
But why is the safety of a child contingent upon anything other than finding him?
I can't help you if we're not together.
Yes, you can.
I can't do any of that together. The safety of a child is us together because we have to write it down 10 freaking times and work through it. That's the safety. I beg for this.
But I still don't understand how you helping me with Gannon is contingent upon anything else.
Contingent. I am your wife. Did you file for divorce? Did you?
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Did you file for divorce?
I told you that already. No. Do you want me to?
Okay. No. Are you cheating on me?
Am I cheating on you? No. Listen, we need to focus on Gannon, okay? You told me you had
some big plan.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a big plan to find my son. Absolutely. Okay, so listen to me. You made this, like you always do in these scenarios, you made it seem like we could fix this immediately. You got some big piece of information. Listen.
Listen to me and be open-minded in order to... And with that comes you taking my side in order for it to even be working. Because if you go against me, you poke me, you be whatever, you try to do whatever, all these things, we can't get to what you need.
Okay, so that's what I wanted you to say, because you just told me that finding Gannon is contingent upon what you getting what you want. You said if I don't buck you or don't be with you and don't sleep with you, yeah, that's what you said in essence, is that if I don't give you what you want, we don't find Gannon. So listen. But hold on. Listen, I'm going back in now. I thought you had some emergency.
Number one, okay? Are you going
to if you tell me information I need to know on Gannon, like who took Gannon or what happened to Gannon, then we talk about this other 7 parts of your list, okay? But number one is Gannon. Nothing happens for anybody in the rest of my life, period, until I get information about Gannon or find him. I thought you didn't have a car. Sounds like a car to me.
I told you I dropped these old vehicle to burn some old vehicle because I don't have a light.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, number one. I need you to tell me that you have confidence and believe in me. Okay?
Number one on the list is Gannon, so. Okay, I believe in you and have confidence in you that you'll tell me the truth.
All right. Number one, find again. All right, so why come there hasn't been any kind of locations, searches, anything outside of only where I went? So that should be the most concerning thing to you. Is that the first thing that has to be done? Okay, so tell me why that's not happening.
That's a question we need to ask law enforcement, not me.
But that's not something that you have even thought of to ask, because, you called me to ask about this landfill that was false, that someone was messing around with their hand, being a dick, but this, your guy Lawrence, you haven't asked him this several times?
I'm sure. Yes, I've asked him this. Why are you searching there? Well, we can't tell you anything.
Okay, so then, next question. Everywhere that I went, was searched. Acres upon acres upon acres when I didn't even go to those acres.
Still on mute.
How do we find Gannon if none of those things, he was none of the places that I went, Does that not make you open up your eyes and say that I'm not involved, someone else is?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like back to your first question. I believe in you, okay? But I believe you know that someone else involved and you know who. That's what I want. Okay. So, but see, then you keep sending me messages, emergency, we can fix this right now, but then you never tell me anything.
Number two, that's the second thing. We know that, all right? Anything I haven't done. All right, so why come when I gave them the information that I gave them, why did they not look into it? Why did they not believe it? Why?
What information about Quincy Brown?
Anywhere.
Are you talking about Quincy Brown? What information are you talking about?
No, I did not.
What information?
Okay. You just said they don't tell you anything, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
So, which means they would have gotten information from me.
Okay. So what information was it?
That I told them they have not covered any areas except only the areas that I drove.
Okay, but what information are you talking about? Why won't you give me that information? I'm the father of the missing child, Tisha.
But I've already told you one time, and when I told you it wasn't good enough.
Well, tell me again. Tell me right now. I'm in believe Tisha mode.
Okay, how long do you have?
Like 5 to 7 minutes. Honestly, I gotta get back in.
5 to 7 minutes.
Well, what do you need? Tell me what you need. An hour? 10 minutes?
Are you on lunch? I mean, I'm not trying to mess you up at work.
No, I'm working like 4-hour days. So I mean, I come out because I told you I'd come out around this time. Okay, but I got another hour or some of work, and then I'm leaving for the day. Because they're just trying, like I told you this morning, they're trying to phase me back in. So I don't want to be out here for 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so then what time can you sit down and talk with just you, not with you and all your other clan?
Right now.
So you got 30 minutes to give me right now.
Listen, I'll make up some bullshit when I go back in there, but yeah, I'll give you 30 minutes right now. Walk me through it.
Now I need you to answer this question. Why? How many of the videos, so it can all make sense to you, have you saw other than one video?
Listen, this is not Albert answers a bunch of questions. You tell me. No, you tell me what I'm missing or haven't seen. That's what this is about. This is not you.
Have you seen a video of anyone pulling into our yard after 4 o'clock?
Have I seen a video?
Did you see this?
Have I seen any video of that? I'm not sitting here answering questions, okay? I haven't seen other than what's been released. I haven't seen what's other been released to the public. I'm not sitting here getting questioned. You said you had a story to tell me about this.
Didn't say I had a story.
Okay.
I'm helping you.
Okay, well, help me. Don't. Okay, I'm listening.
Did you see any other videos?
I'm listening. I'm not being questioned, okay? Tell me what I'm missing in the video. Just tell me. Don't ask me. Tell me.
In the video, when Harley comes home, and Lena, I'm sure you had to see this. Just tell me where Harley parked her car.
I have no clue, Tisha. Tell me what you're trying to tell me. Now you get me upset.
You haven't seen this.
No, I have not seen anything. I told you that. I've seen what is on the internet on the video about the truck. That's it.
Okay. So can you wait by your phone for 5 minutes?
You said 30 minutes, and just if you got something.
30 minutes. But I need you to wait by your phone for 5 minutes because I have this girl's kids in here.
Yeah, what?
Her kids are in her car. I drove to get some food. I have her kids in here. So I just need 5 minutes to pull up in the yard for the kids to get out.
What does that keep you from sending a video?
It's not sending the video. What? I don't want to talk about it with kids around. They can hear me. I'm asking you for 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. Let me pull in the yard and they get out.
Just tell me what you got to tell me. There's no kids in the car. I don't hear a peep, okay?
There is a kid in the car.
Might be Harley.
Listen, I knew either you tell me now or I'm just going to put the phone down and go back into work, okay? Because I don't got time to sit here. You jerk me around. I'm tired of you jerking me around.
Literally almost to the street.
Listen, I don't have 5 minutes. I got the 30 minutes you asked for. I got that. You start telling me whatever it is you got to tell me. Who cares if a kid's in the car? That should be a good thing that you know information that can help you find the missing kid. I'm sure they've heard about it.
Well, I don't know if they did. They might have not have.
Well,
I'm turning on her street. Just hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I swear to you, I'm literally turning on her street.
I'm not questioning you. I'm in believe Tisha mode. I'm just waiting for some facts that I can believe.
Turning on her street.
Okay, I believe you.
Like I'm passing the church right now.
What church?
And then I'm going on to this.
All right. So.
Church, I guess their church. I don't know if they go to church there. I don't know.
Oh, you passed by it, but there's no sign? Okay, cool.
Yeah, there was a sign. I'm looking at the road so I can make sure it's the turn.
All right. Hey, I believe you.
I think that I know my way around.
I believe you. I'm not trying to question you. I just want to know if I knew the church or the pastor or anything.
Sorry, I'm literally turning in right now. All I gotta do is pull over here. Can you go inside with your mom and then I'll just... Yeah, and I'll be in a minute to let the dogs out. Hold on. All right, give me 1 minute.
That might be Harley in the car.
Yeah, okay. You there? Tisha? Yep, I'm here.
Let's stay here.
We have
and then I'll get the dogs and I get back and we'll just go. And then we can try to get to work.
Got about 10 to 12 minutes left. I'm not sure exactly how much, but roughly about 10 to 15 maybe.
Okay. Literally, opening the door, she's getting out.
This kid is the slowest person out of the car ever.
Make sure you do that stuff for your mom. All right. Where did you put mine at? Right there? Okay. Thank you. See you in a little bit. Sorry, her daughter is like of age. Anyway, all right. So, what behind all that is telling you is, I need you to believe Albert. I need you to believe that someone did take Gannon. I need you to believe that I've already given the police department the description. I've already did that. I need you to quit thinking that it's somebody just made up, because it's not. Obviously, I didn't do it. There's no way possible that I could have been hours and hours away in a certain window. I need you to help them re-look at that. I'm telling you, Gannon would have left our neighborhood anywhere between that time frame, and it wouldn't even be surprised if it weren't like the kid in North Carolina.
What certain window are you talking about?
The certain window I'm talking about, between 3 and anywhere that evening, because here's why. There was a lot of people out and about in the neighborhood. Everywhere.
So you weren't home during that certain window? Is that what you said?
Do what?
You said you weren't home during that certain window, or he could have left in that certain window?
I'm saying that's when it happened. So by the time I called, okay, Gannon still could have been in the neighborhood.
But you said when it happened. What is it, Tisha?
I told you already. You haven't looked at it to see. Okay, go to the ring. See, we went out the front door. When we left, we went out the front door. Okay? When we left, I set the alarm. I went out the front door. I came back in the front door. Made sure the alarm was set. Went out the garage. You can see that on the ring. When I came out, I think it was like 10:07, 10:08-ish, maybe. We left out. We were in the garage.
Okay.
There was no more, at that time, there was no more anybody going in and out. And the dogs do not set off the motion in the house.
Right.
They don't. Okay?
Not when they're in their crates. You're right.
Yeah, not within their crates. And as sure as heck, if I'm somewhere upstairs, they're with me. They're not just roaming around doing their thing. They're following somebody that they look. Okay? When we came back, I've told you 15,000 times about the car following us at Petco. The reason I left the phone at Petco, you want to know why? Why don't y'all go check the alarm on it? I set an alarm for it to go off if I hadn't came back in the time frame to call the police. I set the alarm on there, Albert. There was no intention. I had my watch on, so it was no hiding where I was going or whatever.
But wait. So you set an alarm to call the police? Why?
No, not because someone was following us.
From the house or from Petco?
From the house.
Okay.
To Petco.
Okay.
Then from Petco, that's why I kept walking to the door to look, because Gannon was laying down. He was playing the switch, so I knew that they knew nobody was in the car. That's what they thought. Maybe I was being over suspicious.
Well, so help me out here, because I'm in believe teacher mode. So okay, just so you know that. But somebody's following you from the house, and you leave Gannon in the truck?
They never knew anybody was in the truck.
But if they followed you from the house, didn't they see y'all get into the truck?
I was not like from the house as in our house, like as in not the area that.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Help me be in believe teacher mode. Okay. All right. Don't start spinning. Just tell me.
I'm spinning.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
Let me go through the whole entire thing.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I sit there. I was playing with these period pad things because apparently dogs have periods. Okay. So I'm holding the thing, and I sat there and I said alarm, just for the alarm to go off. Like, whatever. That was for the alarm to go off. Maybe I was being too superstitious. I just was being whatever. I don't know. Okay.
Sorry.
And now you're yawning?
Listen, I don't sleep good at night. I haven't for years. You know that. So go ahead.
Albert, I was supposed to deliver papers.
Deliver?
I couldn't do it, Albert.
Deliver papers for what? Tisha?
When I went to Nevada, there was this pregnant lady. So I agreed to help the pregnant lady because she was really, really pregnant. She gets in the car, which is why Gannon was not in the front seat. He was in the back seat.
You said you said when you went to Nevada?
Went through Nevada.
Oh. I'm like, what? You're in Nevada? Anyways, go ahead.
Right. When I realized she's not pregnant. Once she gets in the car.
Was this the same lady that was following you?
I don't know if they were following us. I just know there was a car following us. When I get off, I turn where Harley gets the eyelashes done because I thought I would lose them. Then I saw a pregnant lady. She looked legit like 8 months pregnant.
What kind of car was following you? Because maybe they.
I told you this 15 times.
Oh, okay.
It was a blue something, like a blue little car, like a Cooper or something like this.
Okay, so like a blue, not red, right? Just a blue one.
No, it was the red earlier in the day was nothing. It's already been checked out.
Okay, all right.
The reason I know that one's been checked out is because I had somebody in Lorson Ranch do it.
All right, I was just making sure. I make sure I keep these cars straight. So there's the blue one, not the red one.
See,
No, don't get upset. Don't get upset. I'm just trying to get it straight. I'm not picking holes in your story. I'm just making sure we're on the blue car. Okay. So now back to the pregnant lady that gets in the front seat.
So the pregnant lady gets in the front seat, but she's not really pregnant. I don't know that she's not really pregnant, but she says she just needs a ride. I felt bad. She looked really, really pregnant, like 8 months.
I said, I'm just listening.
You know what? I'm not going to help if you're going to do this to me.
Listening and believing?
I really came in this to be honest with you.
Okay, and I'm just listening.
No, you aren't. You're being a dick by saying, That's being a dick to me.
I don't know why you're saying that, but does the pregnant lady know what happened to G? Does she know where Gannon went?
Can I finish?
Yeah, absolutely.
She wasn't really pregnant. She had about, I don't even know how much money inside of this thing that makes her look pregnant. So you know where my mind immediately goes?
Where?
What would you think a pregnant person disguising as pregnant but money in her belly means?
She probably robbed a bank.
Okay, she might have.
Or
she could be involved in something crazy, right?
Yeah. I would be scared of myself, even if it was a woman.
Yeah, because that's pretty scary, right? You're making fun of this like it's...
No, I'm not. If somebody got in my truck with a pregnant belly full of cash, I'd be worried to death. You're right.
I don't know.
Bingo.
I don't know how else to help other than to know we were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay. Are you talking about Petco?
Yes, because Petco, I just was supposed to walk in Petco, look around, be normal, go drop this lady off somewhere.
Oh, so she told you to walk into Petco?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She forced me.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Did she have a weapon, like a gun or a knife or something to threaten you, or what?
How do you think someone would force you? You're sensitive.
No, you're a tough girl, so I'm just gonna take a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. If somebody,
a tough girl.
Yeah. I don't think you'd be scared easy by somebody like that. So that's just what I'm saying. You probably start swinging unless you had a gun or a knife or something.
This is a joke to you.
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to.
You finally are getting like legit, and it's a joke to you.
I'm sorry you think that, but go ahead.
I'm not. Forget it, man. You're not wanting to stand by my side. You don't want to help.
I'm right here standing by your side, listening to the truth. Okay, I'm in believe teacher mode, like I told you.
Yeah, and then what you're gonna do? Tell me I'm telling a lie and hang
up? Are you telling a lie?
No, that's what you're gonna do. You're not gonna believe it. I told you it was beyond your wildest imagination to know he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
He was in the wrong place, or y'all were in the wrong place? Okay, we was in the wrong place. Okay, all right. Are you telling me this? I don't know. You want me to believe you, but I feel like you're just telling me something to make me feel better about Gannon missing. Okay, so because it was kind of like the Quincy Brown thing. Now it's a pregnant lady with cash in her belly. Okay, I believe you. What's next? What happened next?
Now you're making silly.
No, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. Okay, you want me to believe you? I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Tell me the rest of the story.
Albert, to sum it up, It's just being caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with people who are money laundering, wanting me or whoever they can get to deliver paper to these Mexican restaurants, and you're supposed to get packages back from them. And I wouldn't do it. So that's why we were on County Line Road, because I was scared to death. I left. So I was going round and round and round to make sure that no car followed me.
So is that where they were trying to send you, or you just went there because you knew that was out in the boonies?
No, because 25, I got on Interstate 25 and it was backed up.
Oh, so you did like we did that one time and took a detour?
With nothing to do with whatever. They've already searched the entire area. I'm innocent. That's who has Gannon, okay?
The pregnant lady with the cash?
No, whoever has proof, because I've already given it to the Mexican guy. Why do you think I told you that about the Quincy thing? Because the whole Mexico. We need to be looking at any routes going into Mexico, and I've been telling you this.
No, but okay, all right. I'm out of believe Tisha mode now, okay, because you told me Quincy Brown was in Colorado Springs. His family told your news reporter that he's in Mexico, okay? You didn't know that beforehand. And of course, you have nothing to say about that. I'll talk to you later.
The one time I don't want to call to end. Oh my goodness, that was good.
Gruesing, if you would, I assume that's who you want, right?
Yes.
Mr. Gruesing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, and remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
I don't know how you become cash pregnant, but that lady did it.
Thank you, Art. Mr. Gruesing, we talked about just prior to you, us actually listening to that last phone call about Leticia being very focused on herself as opposed to finding Gannon. Did there seem to be a focus on, from her standpoint, on making sure she was going to stay with Al?
Yes.
What's the significance of that in your mind as an investigator?
She wanted finding Gannon to be contingent upon Al coming back into the marriage with her.
Was it fairly consistent that she would precondition giving information on Mr. Stauch promising to stay with her?
Yes.
Did that help with your building pattern of behavior preparing for her interview?
It did.
Does that also give her a way to calculate the flow of information that law enforcement got?
She was, yes.
In what way?
Well, and Al was doing a good job of deflecting questions. She was probing for what he knew, what he had seen. And as Al and our team knew from now, whatever facts we would give her would shift her story to meet those.
Along those lines, was it clear based on these phone calls that she was very closely following the advancement of the investigation?
Yes.
And would she appear to, from your perspective, use the information that she would get from following the investigation and then explain away things that might be found in different areas?
She would. And because it was only her and Gannon together, it's only her story that mattered.
Did that appear to be an effort to manipulate the investigation?
Yes.
Is that a calculated move on her part?
It was.
There was that one section in that last phone call where she is expressing concern with areas of searches. Is that showing that indication that she's following the investigation from afar?
Yes, you're right.
Was she still at this particular point trying to imply that she was in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes.
Did you know specifically where she was at this particular time?
Yes, we knew she was in South Carolina.
Talking about her efforts to manipulate the investigation, did she point throughout all of these phone calls at random, unknown persons?
It's hard to say random. It seemed to be somewhat calculated.
Random from your perspective as an investigator, calculated from her perspective. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Eduardo, right?
Correct.
The information that she gave about identifying Eduardo, so any identifying features, do you remember that right now?
I don't.
Okay. If it was basically a 5'8", thinner Hispanic male with pockmarked face, is that a very detailed or not very detailed description of somebody?
Not if you have extensive interaction with him, which she told us in her story that she did. That was prior to me coming on, so I was reviewing that information.
Okay. And then changing it later to say, well, maybe he was actually a black guy, like a Puerto Rican.
Correct.
And then developing into Quincy Brown.
Yeah, I believe next she went to Uncle Matt.
I was going to get to Uncle Matt here in just a second. Do you remember as it develops into the Quincy Brown story?
I do.
Did that coincide with the same time that Most Wanted release was issued for Quincy Brown in Colorado Springs media?
Yes.
And then you mentioned Uncle Matt. Did she give any identifying features for an Uncle Matt?
She did not. She laid the blame for Uncle Matt at Gannon, saying this was Gannon had been talking about Uncle Matt prior to Gannon's disappearance, and then Gannon was jumping on Uncle Matt, and then Gannon disappeared because of Uncle Matt.
There's that one portion of time where she's at least relaying the idea that she's driving in a car with some other kid in this last phone call that we just listened to.
Yes.
Could you hear any noises from that side of the phone call that indicated a kid was in the car?
We could not.
Did you hear any doors open or close like she was indicating she just dropped a kid off?
No.
There's also reference by her about driving past a church. You remember that portion?
Yes.
And Al actually presses her and says, what's the name of the church?
Correct.
I didn't hear. Did she give a name of that church?
Couldn't hear her give a name. At least I didn't.
There was an interesting quote that she made in that particular call, and it was, I need you to believe someone took Gannon. What's the significance of that type of a statement from the defendant?
Well, she was, again, the last one with him, and she's now tried 4 or 5 someones, and now she's not giving us an identification of this pregnant lady. We were not scripting Al to yawn or do those things during this one, but it was obvious that this was not going to lead us anywhere closer to Gannon. So with her not giving us a name or anything to follow up on, we were fine with Al just reacting naturally to this new story.
Okay. The leading up to the pregnant lady with some sort of a money pregnancy thing, was there any indication that somebody followed her from the home area, Lorson Ranch, to Petco?
There was not.
Were you aware that she actually made 2 Petco visits on January 27th that were basically 2 hours apart on that day?
Yes.
Was there any indication through the investigation that someone was forcing her to go into Petco?
There was not.
As it relates to this pregnant lady with the money thing, did she ever give any detailed information about description of this pregnant lady with money coming out of her belly?
No.
She mentioned money laundering and Mexican restaurants. Curious your thoughts on that angle of it, that there's a description of Eduardo being a slim Hispanic guy. Then she changes it to a black guy or a Mexican guy, and now we're back to Mexican money laundering clans. Thoughts on that from your perspective as an investigator?
Well, she goes back and forth whether it's someone involved in the criminal element must be responsible for someone like this, or Gannon is responsible through accidents. So she's ascribing criminal behavior to most of these people that would have inflicted injuries on him or taken him.
Okay. And as it relates to blaming others, does she consistently almost try to shift blame onto Gannon?
She does.
In what ways?
It's accidental. She did it at the very first by saying he just left, ran away. But then throughout, she will say that he was involved in an accident, or he stepped on something, or he hit his head, or he busted his lip. Those sorts of injuries that he's causing to himself.
As it relates to those descriptions of various injuries, does that also include the bleeding from the rectum?
Yes.
Okay. In those descriptions, was she also giving information that only somebody with knowledge of those injuries would have, the actual injuries that Gannon suffered?
Correct.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was, and I believe it was on the 13th, the very first phone call we had. It's the first time that she mentioned Quincy Brown, or the most egregious injuries she ascribed to him, and that was the bleeding from the head, the hands, and the knees, and then blood pouring from his face. So she was describing, things, and as we were going, we were trying to how can we use that to help find Gannon? But then she would shift later and say, whether it was the burns or the face, that those injuries were not as significant. So we were just back and forth. But throughout, if you look at the whole picture of these 10, 12 calls, she was describing a significant amount of injuries to him.
As we listen to all of these calls, and I think we've actually admitted 16 separate phone calls into evidence in this case, were there actually even more than that were conducted that were not admitted in this trial?
Yes, I believe so.
How did you use the information that you gathered in those particular phone calls that you participated in? How are you using that to build the pattern of behavior for this specific defendant?
Well, our primary goal was to find Gannon at this point in the investigation, and information was coming in daily. We had a whole timeline across their break conference room that we would add new data to each day. So even with the story about the pregnant lady and the blue car and whatever else we're trying to compare, it will something new give us a clue to where Gannon is. And then secondly, we're looking at building a case against Leticia and working towards an arrest and an interview.
Okay. So let's jump into that. When was the defendant ultimately arrested?
March 2nd, 2020.
What were circumstances that led to that arrest as it relates to your involvement?
So the sheriff's office and the FBI agents that were assigned the case in Colorado Springs had drafted an affidavit that a judge had signed off on. And our team had been communicating with law enforcement in South Carolina to arrange an arrest and possible interview of her if she was willing to afterwards.
Did you in fact travel from Colorado to South Carolina to be participating in that?
Yes.
Was that on March 2nd exactly?
Yes, it was.
Describe for the jury, how were you there when she was taken into custody?
I was.
Describe that for the jury.
I was on the very periphery, wasn't close, but it was in a mall parking lot, I believe, and local law enforcement did the arrest. I did come up and introduce myself to Leticia and told her I was with the FBI in Denver and I would like to speak with her, that we were going to take her to a law enforcement facility.
Did you in fact then have her transported to that law enforcement facility?
Yes.
Was that at the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
It was.
Did you interview her there?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 354?
Me.
You recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the DVD of the recording of the interview I had with Leticia. I have initialed it and dated it.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that interview that you conducted on March 2nd of the defendant?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 354.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 354 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Do you know roughly how long this particular interview is?
Approximately 5 hours.
And let's go over, is there an initial phase of an interview where you maybe are building rapport with somebody?
Yes, letting whoever I'm speaking to understand the purpose of the interview, explaining why I am there. And then because Leticia was not free to leave, I advised her of her rights pursuant to Miranda.
Is it typical to do the advisement of rights under Miranda when somebody's in custody?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
To let her know that she doesn't have to talk to me if she doesn't want to. She can have an attorney present and she's free to leave at any time.
Is this something that you just talk to somebody about? Or is there a form that you...
There's a form that I go through.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you actually have them sign the form?
Yes.
Did you do that with this defendant?
I did.
Do you know what name she used to sign that form?
I don't remember. I'm guessing it's Letecia Stauch.
Does it say Tisha Stauch on it?
That sounds right.
Okay. Did she indicate that she understood her rights?
She did.
Did she even go further than that in trying to put conditions on a specific right as it relates to attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did that indicate that to you from your perspective that she appeared to understand those rights and could contemplate them and potentially even try to put additional conditions on them?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to start publishing, and what I intend to do with People's Exhibit 354 is just keep Mr. Gruesing on the stand, play portions based on questions that I'm asking. Obviously, the whole interview is in evidence, Judge.
All right, go ahead.
Did you say just play portions? That's the part that's important. I'm going to try to get a close-up on the video here.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, this is going to be awful if that's our sound. It's a tiny, it's got like audio sound proofing on the walls. This should be good. Hopefully the microphone's good.
Try to, you can pull that chair back a little bit. We are going to record this.
And Judge, I'm wondering if we can check with the jurors to see. This one's a little quieter than the other recorded phone calls, if they can hear this okay.
The other thing is, it sounds as though your plan is to play part of this and then stop it and ask questions during part of it.
That's right. Yeah,
okay?
I'll do this throughout, Judge.
Okay. I think for the purposes of the record to remain clear, you just need to identify the timestamp where you're stopping.
Yeah, I will. Yep.
About as loud as I can make it.
Okay, let's see.
Protection.
Can you all hear it okay?
It's recorded on a potato.
So Leticia and John Gruesing with the FBI met you in the mall parking lot. Do you know why you're here? Did they inform you, the officers, of why you're under arrest?
I'm under arrest.
Yes.
For what?
For Gannon Stauch. A warrant was issued out of Colorado.
Okay, but no, someone could have just called me. A big thing, I would have.
Yeah, and apologize for that. Because of the nature of the warrant, it being a murder warrant, there's, and that's what I'd like to talk with you about today. That's why we're not having a cast of thousands here and whatever, is we would like to get to the bottom of what happened there. I know that a lot of things have gone on with your life, a little bit of how this turns out. Okay, but because you were arrested and you're not free to leave, I need you to sign of advice of rights before we can talk.
Well, I mean, so I'm getting charged with what now?
So you were charged in a judge in Colorado Springs signed off. So the way this case worked was El Paso County got the original case. They didn't have enough manpower to work it.
Okay.
So they called the FBI.
Right.
Part of for the FBI, an extension of the profiling unit, and I came in and assisted. And I've been helping for about the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our evidence response team. You've probably seen that on the news. We've been doing some searches, et cetera. And then other FBI agents have been writing warrants. So a lot of warrants have been written. We've gone through the court. El Paso Sheriff's Office and FBI have worked together. And we found enough, you call it probable cause, for a warrant to be issued. So that's why you're here today.
Okay, a warrant for what, though?
It was for the murder.
What murder?
Gannon Stauch.
So Gannon is murdered.
That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share with you evidence, but we can't have a conversation unless you're advised of your rights.
Okay, what am I right?
So this is an advice of rights form. I'll fill it out at the top. And you don't have to answer any question.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to force you to answer anything. If you want this interview to be done, it's done. So we are in South Carolina. A second.
That's about all I can do for the audio, guys. I've tweaked it as much as I can to take that squeal off. Let me know if it works for you.
So I'd like you to initial these as we go through them. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. You have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. And if you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. I'm not going to force you to say anything.
Okay, so I had already had reached an attorney, but all the information.
So it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to say.
I mean,
if you don't
I
want
can talk to you, but I mean, the last time I asked for an attorney talking to them, I wasn't allowed that after I asked.
That's not how this is going to go. This would be a conversation.
You have more integrity being FBI that you would do that.
I've got a family to protect,
Okay,
so I'm not going to violate any
You
law.
don't mind doing that at all. But if at any point I would like to call my attorney if
Yes,
I feel
ma'am.
like, is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, so can I write that in somewhere or?
Well, that's this one right here. If you decide to answer any questions without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop at any time. So, and if you need food, water, whatever else, this is not, we're not going to have people with guns standing outside trying to intimidate you. I want this to be your statements in our conversation.
She's glancing up periodically, but pretty much keeping her head down. I'm gonna zoom in on the video of the interrogation, unless you guys want to watch Leticia close up. We've got 5 hours, so I want to watch anything we can see out of that. We will have breaks. They will stop for questions as well.
I was thinking of a lot of things to say to you today because I've been helping, I've been involved. I've unfortunately worked a lot of missing kids cases. That's why they called me to do this.
Okay.
A lot of time with Mark, who was the dad. Dylan, who actually was in Colorado Springs with Mom. Went to go see Dad. This was in November of 2012. And then he disappeared. It's a lot like what happened here. What I think happened with Mark is friends, and Mark wouldn't let him go. And I think Mark got upset. I think Dylan did some things that irritated Mark. I think there was just a punch in the face sort of thing. And things went downhill from there.
Well,
and I'm not saying that's what happened with you.
I can help you because what you're charging me with is not, or whoever, is not the case. Gannon is alive, okay, and I can help you.
Okay, great.
But see, here's the problem. When I reached out to people about getting help, I said, hey, I need someone who's going to help me to help you guys. I couldn't get that from anyone at all.
We're happy to help you.
Okay, so I understand you might say you have whatever evidence that you might say you have, but that's not a case. It did not hurt my child, okay? Need more assistance besides FBI. You're probably going to need some DEA, probably need a lot of help.
I'm happy to get whatever help.
Okay.
How do you know?
But I can't help you unless people are willing to help me. And I did offer every opportunity to sit down and talk with not only my husband, fought with Landon to try to come up with the best plan to do it. I really did. And I've been begging every single day, please, please, please don't say this. Okay? I know you're expert in your field, okay? I know you may say you have whatever evidence you have, but it's just not true, okay? Not.
It's not true that Gannon's dead.
I'm not going to sit here and say 100%. I can tell you that there's really things that wouldn't have occurred that I can help you guys with to know that. And it leads back to some things just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the truth.
Okay.
That is the very truth. And every day that went by, I had to do nothing but not only protect myself, but protect my family in this, protect other people in this. And that's just what it's in.
I think our biggest problem is what happened at the house then.
At the house?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would have happened at the house that has anything to do with what I'm talking about at all. That has nothing to do with anything. Because you guys have clearly put out this information about Gannon not coming home and then this and that and the other. And I get, like I say, you're experts. I get people with forensics are experts. But it's just not the truth. It's not the truth. And until I know that I got to get help from some people other than someone just having me in a room.
You've got to get help to do that.
I got to get help to give everyone what they need because I'm going to need my mom protected. Okay? I'm going to need my brother and sister protected. And most importantly, I'm going to need Harley protected. And on that same note, I'm also going to need other people in Colorado protected. And see, people say FBI can offer that protection.
You can.
How?
If it involves an 11-year-old, if it involves finding an 11-year-old, then we can.
And it means that we can have new identities.
It does. Yeah, I've had to do that before. We call it an informant, but we can do it for. We can
How
do
do I
it
know
for the general public. Who else would you trust?
I don't know, sir. I don't know. There's nothing that happened at any house. Nothing that happened at any house that would have hurt, harmed, murdered, done anything to anyone. Okay? Wrong place, wrong time.
You were in the wrong place, or Gannon was?
I was.
What about Gannon?
We all were in the wrong place. Even my family was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even Raina, even Harley. Okay? All of us in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I swear to you on that.
So,
but I got to get
just like you have trust issues, let me tell you where I am.
Okay.
So I'm with the FBI, when a child goes missing, if they're underage,
right,
then we can get involved, and it can be even a kidnapping. So if Gannon is moved from one point to another without his, will, then it's a child kidnapping.
Right.
And so that's what we're working with as. And with me as a federal employee, with me working a federal case, because right now it's filed with the district attorney,
right,
but the U.S. attorney could file it as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
The U.S. attorney is the federal prosecutors.
Gotcha.
Right now it's on the state. When you're talking to me, we are recording this for your integrity in mind.
Right.
But if you'd rather not say something, if I would rather you just say I don't want to answer it instead of telling me something that's not true.
Okay.
Because there's something called false statements, which is it's U.S. Code 1001, to where if you lie to us during an investigation, that can be a year prison time.
Right.
So that's why I said on this last one, if you want to not answer a question, I'm not going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. So with these people, taking Gannon or whatever else, if it's not true, just say I'd rather not answer that. Okay, because we're different than your local detectives and whatever else. It's not a felony to lie to them.
Okay.
Okay, so my goal, though, is to find Gannon.
Right.
And if you need protection, if there truly is someone out there, we can provide that.
That's not me.
Happen, though, I will need you to explain what happened from that night.
Which night?
The night that he disappeared.
So I've stopped it at 12 minutes, Judge. Just as a pause. 12 minutes. 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 12 minutes In the beginning portion of that, Mr. Gruesing, when you're advising her that she's been charged with murder, it appears that she acts like she's confused. What was your impression of that?
Yeah, so eventually she asked me, so Gannon's been murdered, but yeah, she appeared to be confused as to why she was there and what investigation might have been going on at the time.
She makes a statement, you could have just called me.
Yes.
Was that basically indicating that could have just called her and she would have come in and talked?
Yeah, and that's something I've heard multiple times over my career of why didn't you just call me instead of I have to be arrested for this?
Were you aware that very early on in this investigation, she was resisting calls from Detective Bethel to come in and give an interview?
I was.
She makes a statement that she's been begging every single day for somebody to help her and says stuff like, I can't help if you don't help me. What was your takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think I could couple that with when she said that she would need even more help than the FBI could provide, whether it's DEA, and then she rolled into she needs secret identities for herself and multiple people. I think she was giving me a task that she thought I couldn't meet, and therefore she might not have to talk about difficult things.
Is the FBI equipped to do those things for witnesses that need protection?
We are. It takes a very extraordinary circumstance, but they could if they had to.
Okay, so I guess the question is if that was actually necessary here, could the FBI have provided that?
Yes.
So you were the right person to talk to if that was the eventuality?
I could get the right person for her.
Okay. You're not omnipotent.
No.
I want to jump into the next section. Did you have a chance to talk with her about the calls that we'd gone over, those consensual recorded calls?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, Judge. I can find my mouse on the screen. There it is. It's actually 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I can't get that 3 to cooperate with me.
You mean like talking to him? Oh, okay. So let me just explain that to you. And you might think that's like super, like
I'm not going to judge you here. Leticia.
Whatever. To him was the reason I already knew someone was listening, but because of him not ever like being like supportive, and I tried originally to talk to him when he first got there. That was the only reason I said those things to him, was just because I was out of anger and out of like hurt and not being able to have like support. It was nothing to do with like I'm sitting here going to tell you these things. That was just anger, stupidity.
Council approach, please.
Pause that 13 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay, the judge wants a break here. I'm going to take camera 7 for a second. We're not allowed to show the judge's face during sidebar. They're probably just asking for a break, saying, hey, 5 hours, we're not going to sit here the whole time. Can we take a break now and then watch a little and come back? Let's see. Unless there was an objection. Do you see any objection from the defense? Lindsay, we're just getting into the 5-hour video. I think we've got 10 minutes or so in so far. And we're done.
Picking back up from where we left off, it's at 13 minutes and 11 seconds and playing again from there.
No break then.
And I already knew, like if you heard it, you heard me say a lot of times, I know people are listening because I know the same time that someone called, every time I could hear people. Right. I knew that. So me saying those things to him was just being, what is the word you want to call it? Selfish or facetious or whatever you want to call it. Just because I was hurt by him not wanting to work together to figure this out, because I did have like originally initial different thoughts on certain things, and that was me trying to like basically read him and try to figure the situations out. So I understand that you may have heard those or whatever you may have heard. And that's okay, because that totally was not. That was not me trying to be. Right. That was just being stupid to him.
So I have a question.
So, and it's paused right now at 13 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Gruesing, what were your impressions of her saying that she's giving all this misleading information in those phone calls because she's just angry?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to comment besides that. Instead of being focused like Al was and the rest of us of trying to find what happened to an 11-year-old boy, she was again focusing on her feelings.
Does it also, though, show potentially that it's very calculated, that she's doing things in response to what's happening in the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we'll just play from here until 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In this particular section, do you remember asking her about mental health and sound mind and those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll play starting here and go to 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
This is in
regards to that, were you of sound mind? I mean, did you have, are you undergoing any treatment for anxiety or any depression or anything like that right now?
I mean, like, you mean, like, I've had anxiety since I was like 16, 17, but like, as far as like undergoing like any kind of special treatment, you know, like sometimes I might have to take like a little rest.
Right.
But I didn't see like counselors or like, anything for any kind of like, depression. And then plus two, like right now with I already got medical records. I'm 8 weeks pregnant, so I can't see any kind of like I mean, I wish I could because then it would help a lot with anxiety. But
she's gonna have a cash baby.
I can't.
Okay.
But
so you were of sound mind when you were talking to Al. You were upset with him and upset with the situation of him not being by your side through this whole thing.
Right. But then at the same time, like I have to sit back and think, you know, in a person's brain, you hear 100 different things. You do get do whatever. I just wanted him to know, because he knows, like I've been taking care of our kids like for so long while he was gone. I'm not here to bash either one of them. They had a lot of different separate situations going on that I've always taken care of the kids. And so there's been times I've protected them from so many people, you know.
So it's now paused again at 15 minutes and 42 seconds. Why are you asking these types of questions about sound mind and mental health based questions?
Well, I spoke with the district attorney's office before the interview, and they suggested that I ask them. I don't always ask these of people that I'm interviewing, but because of the varying stories and because of the district attorney's office and investigators looking forward to trial, we wanted to make sure that she knew what she was doing while she was talking to Al during our investigation, and then while I was even talking to her at the present.
When these types of investigations are ongoing, is the investigation goal to try to build a case that will plead out, or do you have to assume that it will go to trial?
We assume that it'll go to trial.
You asked her, was she sound mind during this time? Do you remember what her response was in that?
She said that, well, I can't remember right after that, but she referenced the reason why she was doing what she was doing to Al was to make him come back to her in the relationship, basically.
In that particular call, or I'm sorry, in that particular portion of the interview, it's at 15 minutes exactly when you ask about, were you sound mind? And she says, right.
Yes.
And then she goes into that description of taking care of the kids. Does this start to build in your mind when we talk about that pattern of behavior and then that pathway to violence that you talked about? I haven't gotten to the question yet.
I was going to say let's get all the way to the end of the question first, and then we'll see whether it's leading or not.
Does that information that she's giving you there build into that grievance portion of that pathway to violence?
Yes.
In what way?
She was articulating that in her mind, she felt like she was a good mother and she was a good caretaker for Gannon, and that she had, over the phone calls, expressed multiple grievances. And we actually addressed that later on in the interview when we go through her phone searches. We go into more of the grievance portion later, but just that she brought up her being the caretaker initially is something that we addressed later on in the interview.
Yeah. Do you remember asking her about what kind of dad Al is to Gannon?
I don't at this point.
Well, let's jump to that portion of the interview starting at 15 minutes and 53 seconds.
Looks like he is cutting bits out. Just a little bit so far.
I'm actually going to jump to 15 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll play it to 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
I've had to step in and protect them a lot, so many times.
What kind of dad would you say Al was to Gannon or is to Gannon?
Oh, he's a good dad. As far as being there for him and how can I say it? If he says, hey, I want to go do something, Albert works a lot, so he's tired and his hours are kind of, up in the air here and there. But for the most part, he is always trying to make sure he put, the kids, military first, and always will be, and that's the mindset. And then. Did
you go into the marriage knowing that?
Kids.
That military was first?
Well, I grew up knowing that my stepdad was here. Actually, that's why I was looking at that guy's name. But my stepdad was here. I lived on. So, I maybe didn't understand it from parent perspective. Spouse perspective, my mom's perspective. Right. But I did understand it from a child perspective. But the thing about it was Albert didn't have to go be deployed or anything like that. It was mostly work through the night type thing. So it was we were blessed in that way of not having have to see him go overseas or something like that.
Right.
So when you're asking her about how Al is to Gannon as a father, she references that she grew up as a military child as well.
Correct.
She mentions her stepdad. At any point, either during the phone calls or up to this point in the interview, did she ever mention any abuse by stepdad?
She did not.
In that last section that we heard where you're asking her about being in sound mind, she mentioned having anxiety and taking lorazepam. Did she mention anything during that section of this interview about having any severe mental health disorders or diseases?
No.
Did she ever mention being in treatment for extended periods of time for any mental health issues?
No.
Did she ever mention losing consciousness and not showing up someplace else that she didn't recognize?
No.
Did you go over family history with her during this interview?
Yes.
So let's watch that next, and it's essentially 17 minutes and 12 seconds to 21 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hey, Elle,
and you guys
contact
have been
via
married
email.
6 years, 5 years? 5 years. 5 years. And you came to the marriage with Harley.
Right.
And then Elena's the youngest.
Right.
Okay.
And then we had maybe I think 4 or 5 went to kind of midterm miscarriages because we always try to have kids, and I don't know something must have happened when I get to a certain point I would have been a lot more kids.
Right.
But yeah.
Do you think Al was faithful to you? Was he cheating on you?
I don't we never had any conversation until of course Matt recently, but prior to that we never had buses, or it might be something Albert's type of person. When he got work, he just liked to come home. He wasn't I'm gonna go do this with people. He just wasn't. That was the good part because he wasn't. Not saying you can't. I'm sure you might say if a football game's on, watch it with your friends.
Right.
Usually, for the most part, we do it together, do something together, but it was never really having our own people that we did things with. So we never had issues of anything like that. Most of the time, the issues that we always had was I never wanted the kids to ever come back here. A lot of times they were their break and leave again. But he would always say, "Well, I have to. I'm obligated to."
So you don't think he was cheating on you prior to this whole thing going on with Gannon? Did you suspect or no?
That Albert was cheating?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, there's been times in the past where I saw that he's talked to other women, you know, like on messages and things like that. But then he's also, like, you guys have my phone. In the past, you would have saw that he's always apologized for, you know, like this.
Were you guys considering divorce or no? You and Albert?
I didn't know anything about any kind of divorce. Like, I know, like, we've used the term loosely, you know, because there was a lot of stress having to deal with, like, the situation with Landon. There was a lot of stress because, like, we fought so hard and so long to get kids to, like, a safe, you know, situation. So it was very hard to, like, you've read someone and they're so emotionally, like, upset about the kids not being with us and we not being able to protect them that it was kind of hard. It took a lot, you know, toll throughout that time frame of, like, Alaska, I'm sure, time in Alaska. So during that time in Alaska and stuff, it was very hard to like have to see him be so upset from so many miles away. You know, we get calls that kids didn't have a place to stay. We get calls that there were guns in the back of their car and people were being arrested. And, you know, so that took its toll in the terms of, like, figuring we should not have to, like, go through these things. But then once, like, we got to Colorado, you know, we all could be in, like, one place. And then it was, like, first it was, like, kind of hard because we've been, you know, like, back and forth to Alaska for so long. Because, you know, if you know the background, I had the kids here for their school year for Gannon and Lena. So it was Lena's, was it first grade year? And Gannon's fourth grade year. Yeah. So they would have went to school here. So I had them here with us then. Still with that, it was supposed to, like, be in part, going back and forth, traveling on holidays, things like that. So that would have been the most, you know, just by the time, like, so when we got to Colorado, it was just like, okay, we're here. You know, we are together. And we said stupid things to each other. Like, I don't know. But, like, the things that we could do to be like, okay, we'll forget all this. Or if you do this, we'll do it and forget all this.
Right.
But it's silly stuff.
So it's paused at 21:20. And before I jump into these next questions, just noticing the time, do you want me to go to about 10:30 and then?
It's up to you. I was actually just going to say whenever you could find a break in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay, sounds good. This particular section, Mr. Gruesing, was she able to recount details over this 5-year period that her and Mr. Stauch had been together?
Yes.
Did she indicate any trouble on remembering these details?
No.
Did she also even give you recounting silly arguments that they would have, that kind of thing?
Yes, she did.
Did that indicate to you that she appeared to be able to recall things fairly easily?
Yes.
Do you remember talking with her about where she starts talking about people are being upset and she uses the words hard part. This is the hard part.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and watch that section. And this is from 23:45 to 25:51. I'm actually going to start at 23:35 and then we'll go to 25:51.
From a distance going through that, because I still deal with dads 14 years later who are looking for their daughters at bus stops and malls and whatever. So,
and see, that's the hard part is, like, people are like, you know, being upset. And I'm like, I haven't had the opportunity to, like, even just sit down and be like, okay, well, I've given my life to take care of these children. I have. They shouldn't. You know, and I've done that. And it's so hard because inside that, I don't get to express that emotion to have that, you know, to say to anyone, anything like that. And that's the most difficult part because I've had to just be like, how can I make the situation back, you know, like, come on, let's be honest.
I'm John. By the way.
John.
Yeah.
I mean, like Albert was talking about, and again, whether you make mistakes or not. mean, literally, woke up on Christmas. I always make it about the kids on Christmas because they don't get to spend Christmas with them. So, like, if they went home for the holidays, you know, they might leave, you know, go get out. We might not see them until, you know, January. So I always spent my time trying to make sure every time, I didn't believe in certain holidays, I did Halloween, but to make sure every holiday was like revolved around the situation. So if you look at the situation, I went, you know, we have every house and cars and we have whatever. So I worked my entire life in education. So to me, it's like, everything I work so hard for, everything I work, you know, whatever, in the military or, you know, service and things like that, no matter how much we had did on that, it took us everything to get to right. And that was where we were at in our safe spot. So for a person who can, you know, take care of everyone and do everything for everyone, and then just cannot do it for a split second, that's the hardest part. Mm-hmm. You know, knowing that this is an image getting set on me, all these horrible things, all these things that are just not true.
Well, that's what we'd like to get to today.
And so, Mr. Gruesing, where she's talking about, I've given my life to take care of these kids, is this building more on that grievance portion that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I was asking her about, well, I was talking to her about when kids go missing, how hard it is on parents, families, society, et cetera. And then she, you know, talked about herself again, and then what she tried to do to be a mom. And yeah, I would see that as, and then she went from there to holidays, you know, so she wasn't going where I would like her to go to see the gravity of us looking for an 11-year-old child.
Is that another indication of trying to distract away from the main focus of what this investigation was about?
Yes.
Judge, this might be a good time. The next section is about 13 minutes long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you all back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, I think they should be done. Her hair is a little messy. It's what do you call it when is it called ratting it out when it's fluffed out like that? I don't, as you can see, I don't have much hair to do styles like this on. Mimi Kitty, your name in green means you are a member of the channel. You can either join by purchasing a membership or be gifted one. If you type !gifts in chat, you can change the setting. It'll respond with a
Thank you.
link.
May all be seated. Mr. Gruesing, you can go ahead and step down if you would like. I just want to alert counsel, I think this afternoon, at some time we can either do it before we start the afternoon session or towards the end of the day. I would like to go through, because I think we're fair amount into the evidence, I want to go through and compare admitted evidence exhibits, make sure that we all have the same ones. And then that way, if there's something that is amiss, you can think about it over the weekend and we can figure out some sort of solution. But with that, we'll see everybody at 10:45.
Okay, thanks.
All rise.
Okay, the lawyer behind her, as we lose all the camera feeds. There we go. Okay, so we have a little bit of break. 10:45. We have a 20-minute break here. The lawyer behind her showed up late to court, and it wasn't like he was doing something else. He was like still like straightening his tie when he came in, took his backpack off. He didn't want to be there. I think he just kept hitting the snooze button, saying, "Please no, not one more day." Don't think he wanted to be there at all. He showed up late, and a little smirk from the other lawyer as he kept the one lawyer kept looking back, seeing if he was showing up anytime soon. But court started without him, but that's funny. Let's see. We had a couple questions that I missed here. Okay, a couple of you I could answer. Does anyone have rat hair on their bingo card? The stories this morning have been fantastic. Honestly, I wish I wish we played this phone call that we heard this morning 16 times over instead of the other 15 phone calls we heard. This I could listen to over and over. The story about the pregnant lady with the belly that was actually not a baby. It was full of cash, and she had to deliver papers to a Mexican restaurant that she couldn't do. And I don't think she ever got to the point of how that involved Gannon, who apparently when she went to Petco, she didn't know he was in the car, but then he was. That story was bizarre. I hope she fleshes that out with the FBI, that she fills us in on the details on that one so we can know exactly what the situation is. Looks like she has had a few inches cut off on her mop, Lisa says. I think it might be like curled a little bit. Might have a little bit of curl to it so it looks shorter. She probably braided last night and then made this creation. She doesn't believe in Halloween. Alora, yes, I heard that. She says all these holidays, she's like, but we don't believe in Halloween. How do you not believe in Halloween? Like you don't believe that the end of October there's a holiday, or you don't believe in celebrating? Maybe that's what she meant. I know some people that don't believe in doing the costumes and all the scary whatever, but let's see. She's all interested all of a sudden. Yes, lots of smiles. She definitely ratted it out, makes it for a bigger hair for it. It's got layers of defense around her when she puts her hair forward. Shaved head is next. Lou, you can't go back from shaved head. Once you do shaved head, you're sort of stuck with it. It's not like they're going to give her wig options in jail to deal with. Let's see. Ella Cole, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Welcome. Make sure you take your seat by typing !seat. New all members get reserved seating in the virtual court of public opinion, and you'll always have a spot right on the front row saved for you. Also, help yourself to the emojis. We have a few. I'm working on a can of worms emoji. I think that was an appropriate one. I don't have a good picture yet to play with, but we'll see if we can get that one built for today. B Crumbs gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. That's the other way to become a member. We've had some amazing gifted membership, amazing number of gifted memberships today. Thank you so much for that. You guys are amazing. It looks like Carmen received that membership. Congratulations, Carmen, for that one. I think she thinks she got over on this agent in her sick mind. The agent is not being fooled. This guy is expert level, and she is a complete amateur when it comes to the interrogation. The agent is completely in control and knows what's going on. He can see every time she deflects, every time she tries to reroute, and he's going to give her some ground, but he has other tools in his bag to try to steer this discussion the way he wants to go. And we're going to see them deploy those tools here as the video goes forward, which, by the way, I'm so glad they're breaking up into bite-sized pieces with explanations. That's even though the video is going to take much longer to watch, it's probably going to take all day to get through this video, honestly. At least it's not just nonstop interrogation video. Will they show Leticia being arrested on March 2nd? I don't know if they will. I don't know if they had body cams for that, honestly. And I believe this video is done in South Carolina, right? This is before she's transferred back to Colorado. So this is before the Monster Energy drink smashing the officer in the side of the head and escape attempt that wasn't an escape attempt. It was just kids fighting on a long road trip, apparently. It's before all that. I wish I could see the whole full-length interrogation. It probably will be released at some point if it isn't now. When was this interrogation? Sorry, I'm late today. I think it was it's early March. March 2nd, March 3rd, March 4th, right in that time period. I believe this is so that it's after she's fled the state. It's after she's dumped Gannon's body in Florida, but it's before she's transported back to back from South Carolina to Colorado. To face the charges. But I believe from this point on, she remains in custody. She's never free after this point. Off topic, Alec Baldwin charges dropped. Do you know why? That one did surprise me, Big Tire. I'm surprised they didn't instead just switch to a lighter charge, but I have not followed the details of the case enough to know why. I know there's some interesting things going on, and some of the legal minds will be analyzing that. I'll be looking closely for that. Nikki says, dang, I had the day off and I slept in. Good morning, everybody. Have I missed a lot? Nikki, oh my goodness. You missed. Okay, first of all, I told you guys I would be okay if you guys came in late because we had a half an hour call. It was going to be miserable. I lied, but I didn't. It wasn't intentional. Okay, I'm going to use the Sarah Boone card here. It was not intentional. I had no idea that the 16th phone call was not going to be sheer misery like the first 15 were. No, it was liquid gold. It was amazing. It was unbelievable. It was riveting. It was hilarious. And most importantly, chat was on point with their remarks and their comments. If you need a good laugh, we probably have to just isolate that and just release that in a video. You guys can watch it over and over. It is so good. I'm going to watch it again myself. But it was really good. Her story, wait till you get to the pregnant, not pregnant lady with a cash belly. Good stuff. If I recall correctly, it was an officer in civilian clothing that arrested her and didn't have a body cam. Actually, I seem to think she didn't have a body cam. I haven't seen any videos or any reference to that, so that's probably correct there. Thank you for that. Clan of the Cave Bear, I don't think Cash App works for memberships. It has to go through YouTube, and it can either go through the YouTube page or through the app. Sometimes the join button shows up on mobile devices and sometimes it doesn't. If you're on a PC though, or a Mac, it's a little easier going through YouTube and through the channel page. That's an easy way to join. But if you can't figure that out, though, if it doesn't work for you, just go to the gift settings on the channel and turn it on. And there's a good chance you might receive a gift membership. Kale Smith says, I've only just finished work in the UK. Sounds like I need to rewatch this start. Kale, it is so good. I'm hoping that same story gets addressed in this interview, because this would be amazing. Amazing. You missed the cash baby bank robber, which I don't think she ever said the word cartel, but it was insinuated with the, you have to run papers to the Mexican restaurant to launder the money type thing. It was a good story. I almost wish that Al hadn't said, yeah, I'm sick of this, I'm hanging up. I'm like, please, just for one more, just hang on the phone for one more. But man, Al has been a saint through all these calls. Amazing job. Let's see. Matt Butler says, recovery addict Ellis has caused several delays by changing her representation. Could she decide to represent herself at this point and cause more problems? She tried to represent herself, and I think the judge said no. The problem was she was also, at the same time, she was saying she was going to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. And maybe that influenced the judge in why he would not allow her to represent herself. Rolling with 7, thank you very much. Welcome. Good to be here. Good to be here with you. Thank you. I don't know why the video is better here. We all have the same source. Was that call earlier today, Molly? Yes, it was. The beginning of the day, so it would start at 11 o'clock, which would be an hour into the live stream, because we started at 10. So you go an hour into this morning's live stream, this video, and that call is going to be right at the beginning there. Just a couple questions and the call starts. Okay, March 2nd, 2020. Thank you. I think that's the date of the interview that is taking place, this videoed interview. Do we know when the DID claims started? Those were more recent. That was probably within the last year or two, I believe, while she was in custody. Did I hear that she said she was 8 weeks pregnant? Yes, it's a cash baby. You all are invited. I'm registered at Wells Fargo and Bank of America. She's 8 weeks pregnant, apparently, which is a surprise. Al didn't buy it when he heard it the first time. And he's like, okay. Next, go on. But no, she's not actually pregnant to my knowledge. When Al yawned, oh my goodness, DMart. The investigator on stand, Special Agent Jonathan Gruesing, said, we didn't script that. We didn't tell him yawn, hand in the paper, fake a yawn type thing. No, that was just his natural response as Leticia is starting yet another story. He's like, I am so done listening to this. My body's just like, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm with you. Type thing. Sorry, I made all of you yawn too, because yawns are contagious. Did you know that? Just hearing someone yawn or listening to one, it passes. Raise your hand if you yawned in chat. See the video. I'm doing what I can on the audio from this video. It has both a really high end and a really low end. Unfortunately, the detective has a lower voice. I can't cut too much of that off before it really just compresses his voice a little bit. but I'm doing what I can to try to get the audio as listenable as possible. Anyone know if Al and Harley are going to reconnect now? I don't think they are. I don't think so. Harley said she hasn't seen her mom basically since she was arrested. In her social media posts, she said something to the effect of, "I've lost both my parents." I think that she's pretty much dead to her type thing. She was using a news story a couple years ago. 10 restaurants were closed in a money laundering raid that was linked to El Chapo. So between that and maybe watching Breaking Bad or something, the phone's ringing in here. Sorry. The claim started with a paid psych eval, which was fairly recent, I think. All right. Is FBI guy matching Ellis's tone, or is Ellis matching the detective? I haven't paid that close of attention. I've been sort of working on the audio. It's sort of like the other day when that detective in the Lori Vallow trial, what was his name? Ariel, I don't know. When he was on the stand, everyone was listening to him, but nobody heard a word he said. That's sort of how it's been in this last little bit as I've been working hard on the audio. So maybe someone else can answer as far as the matching tones. Hetch, great question, though. I don't know if people know or not, but you're a psychopath. You don't yawn after people yawn. That's because they have disconnect from other people. If you're a psychopath, you don't yawn. So you're saying anyone who didn't yawn in chat is a psychopath, apparently. Dawn yawned. She's good. Jesse, you're good as well. Patricia Farrar, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining. Good to have you here. Make sure you take a seat on the front row. It was Detective Daddy. Yes, Brandy. That was an amazing video. And chat over there was if you liked the chat this morning, going back and watching Brandy's video for not last night, but the night before with Detective Daddy, very similar chat, very similar experience. It was hilarious. Brandy does a great job on her channel. All right, let's see. Audio is great playing through my Bose speaker. Golly, I cannot imagine you listening to those first 15 phone calls, or 16, I forget how many, through a Bose speaker. I would put the speaker under a pillow or something, just try to mute it. Some of those calls were painful to listen to. Okay, get ready, everyone. It's Friday, rain day. Later, I'll ask for everyone to rain on RA for having the best coverage. You guys are too kind. Seriously, just being here is enough. You don't need to be a member. You don't need to do a super chat to have your question read, like Pat Hall did here. Just tag me in it, and that will get my attention. And I try to answer every question I possibly can. Pat Hall says, your equipment and technical knowledge are so great. Would not watch a trial anywhere else. P.S. I yawned. Pat, you're safe from the psychopath diagnosis. Thank you very much. Megathor, welcome to the gallery. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here and appreciate your support.
Over 4,000 in here.
Oh, I just caught the tail end of that one. Sorry, I had the volume turned off. Always Late says, just found your channel a week ago. Love your coverage. Over 4,000 in here. It's quite a crowd. I do apologize. We have to turn the slow mode on just because chat goes so quickly.
Spooky Days just sent a super sticker with 3.
Chat goes so quickly. Spooky Days, thank you for the super sticker, that it's hard for anyone to read it. It's not a punishment to try to get you to not talk so much. It's so that we all get a chance to see the things you do say, because they scroll so fast. And I do apologize. It's I wish there was a better way to do it. Robbie, please no. Please don't put that on me. That's something I don't want to do.
Teresa Blake just sent a super sticker with 5.
Teresa Blake, thank you so much. Love the Laughing Fox. Love that you're here. We get to enjoy this together. Thank you so much. The judge's face, Brittany, on this several times during this trial has been absolutely fantastic. Penny for her thoughts type thing, as somebody said earlier. The judge leans back. He's like, I can't believe this is happening in my courtroom. I can't believe I have to listen to this. I can't believe she's saying what she's saying. Crazy. The judge has years of experience, and this for him is like, well, that's a new one. Let's see. Sydney Ward said, I don't know about you, but if someone told me my kid was murdered, I would ask if they'd found him. Yeah, she doesn't seem interested in Gannon at all, although she has said that he's alive, and she can help them find him. But and then her adamance of anything that happened in the house doesn't matter. Don't look at the house. There's nothing happened at the house at all that's of interest to you, they say. But apparently, yes, something did. Tabitha, thanks you for gifting 5 Recovery Addict memberships. Hopefully, you've got the setting turned on. And let's see who won those. I don't know if we're on the other page here. Let's see where those went. Looks like those went to Carissa K, Jenny Says, Pi Lisa, Kim Sickle, and Lizzie Yord. And maybe Mr. Man and Mercedes and Melissa Williams as well. No, Melissa was already one, just Mercedes. I'm not sure who got which ones there. Thank you, Tabitha, for the gifted memberships. Congrats to the new members. Lies, lies, lies. She is so not insane. Yes. Did someone say she's barefoot? I mean, I realize it's No Pants Friday, but I don't think it was a Friday when the interview was done. Was she barefoot in that room? Did she take her shoes off? It seems like a very, very small room. Some people said it triggers my claustrophobia, just looking at the fact that 2 people are fitting in this little closet. And it's not actually like a padded cell, like a insane asylum type padded cell. The material you see on the wall is a it's a foam. It's a soft foam that's designed to make audio recordings make audio not bounce around the room, so you don't get the echo of the hard walls. So it's designed, and it's actually good for us because it sounds better when things are recorded that way. So that's the room she's in. It has the little sound foam, I guess you could call it, all over the walls. Rockin' Dawkins gifted 5 memberships as well. We're going to run out of non-members at this rate. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Rockin' Dawkins. Can't wait to hear what the judge says at sentencing. Hopefully we will let her have it. We all know she's going to be convicted, says Dina. I love the sentencing. We just watched yesterday. We went back and watched the Mark Jensen sentencing, and the judge finally got to let loose on him and did a great job there. I think this judge will also be eloquent. He is so well spoken. Can listen to him for days. The guy's awesome. Do you think, says Anna Wilder, do you think that Al thought it was an accident or on purpose first? I know he gives her the accident window, but I wonder what he thought. Anna, I think when she picked him up at the airport and was in a rental car, I think that was like, that's weird, but I'm focused on my son. But I think shortly thereafter, things just started not adding up in his mind. That what she was doing, how she was behaving was just a little different than what you would think a parent would do, even a step-parent would do, just a rational person would do in this scenario. And very quickly, I think he started saying something's not right. And that's when you start seeing, he calls the police and said, I should have told you this. My wife, something's wrong. My wife picked me up in a rental car. That's just weird. I don't know. She won't tell me where the car is. Yeah, I think very quickly he saw that Leticia knew much more than she was telling. Let's see, somebody's calling in on the burner phone. It's probably
Dempsey.
No,
press.
I missed who it was. Hello, this is Recovery Addict. Who's on the phone?
Hi, it's Lisa Dempsey.
Lisa, welcome.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Sorry, do you want to address subject matter jurisdiction, or do you have something else you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I was watching something yesterday. My algorithm on YouTube now is all Leticia. Mm-hmm. So I saw a short with a psychologist who also does, he's a body language expert.
Yeah.
And he was going over showing how, first of all, he said that a huge part of her personality is her victimhood.
TR 1358 People versus Leticia.
He was
Stauch.
saying that he believes her, if there was a motive for hurting Gannon, would be the attention she would get as the mother of a missing child.
Lisa.
Oh, they're back. Okay.
They're back. I'm sorry. I want to hear that. Can you call back during the lunch break? Does that work?
Sure, I will. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
But he's testified that he's essentially an FBI profiler. That he's got a lot of experience with that. He's been an agent for a long time. He's mentioned lots of cases. He compares. A very experienced FBI profiler. Your Honor, under People v. Stewart, Colorado Supreme Court.
He doesn't have a microphone at that table.
I would object to any in essence are tantamount to the agent.
Come on.
We're talking about language of, oh, well, these are grievances that lead to the pathway to violence and stuff like this. This is expert testimony. And this testimony was, or this information that is being used in this testimony was gained by being an FBI profiler. And, regular people, lay people, this isn't a lay opinion. They don't go around talking about pathways to violence in this grievance language that leads to pathways to violence. This is information and testimony that comes from and is directly from being a longtime FBI profiler. We have to keep hearing expert reports about this FBI profiling material. It's not endorsed as an expert. If we had known that this testimony was going to include this expert FBI profiling type testimony, we would have done a Shrek hearing. There's, a lot of information out there in other reports that, talk about some of the problems with profiling in general, that it has a lot of holes in it. There could be a lot of problems with that. So based on that, I know he's got a lot of good, relevant information to testify to for the people. But them trying to elicit this pathways to violence and grievances leading to this and, this other information, I think is wrong. I think it's moreover, we weren't expert information and testimony and opinions.
Okay, so in summary, what I understand is that, first of all, do you have a citation on Stewart?
I do. Oh.
And while you're looking for that, as I understand it, the summary essentially of the argument is that Mr. Gruesing was not endorsed to testify as an expert, has not provided any expert reports regarding the pathway to violence, which he has referenced. Is that accurate?
And I could clarify one thing, Your Honor.
Okay.
He actually was endorsed as an expert.
He was endorsed.
He was endorsed as an expert. I have filed a motion for expert disclosure, which the court granted. I asked for a summary of their opinions on the basis for them. We were then told that all of the opinions of the expert were provided in their reports. Nowhere in this agent's reports does he mention anything about FBI profiling or that this was a pathway of violence or that this was the grievances or any of this type of information. It's not disclosed in any of his reports. And so we specifically asked for that so we could be prepared for expert testimony to rebut some of this type of information. And we're told that any type of information was provided in reports and this.
Okay, so now I understand that he was endorsed as an expert.
Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke.
But this information was not provided in his expert report.
We didn't get an expert report for him. All we have is his FBI, the reports like every other agent gave. And we have no report. We have a CV from him, but nothing in any of his reports that he was going to be given this type of opinion testimony.
Mr. Allen?
And Your Honor, just while I have it up in front of me,
yes.
It's the Colorado Supreme Court, as I said. And 55 P3rd 107.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
So, Judge, he was endorsed as an expert. Obviously didn't move to have him qualified as an expert. In discovery, we released his CV, which starts on page 45-0168. It's a 24-page CV, which might be the longest CV that I've released in discovery. But it's got extensive information about his background and training and things that he's done, including things with BAU, talking about serial killers, all that kind of stuff, school shooters, Scott Kimball investigation. And the basis of his testimony has been, and my intention is to continue to have him testify as to his experience and training and how he is using that in this interview to gain information from this defendant to continue on with this particular interview. That's been the entire basis of these types of questions. And a grievance is just really somebody feeling like they have a grievance. That's all that is. There's no specialized training for that necessarily. If somebody is complaining about something, people understand that to be, they think that there's a grievance that they have. We're not asking for expert testimony. Didn't qualify him as an expert, went through his background because that is important. It does inform how he does this interview. And I would ask the court to, well, one, I'm not sure exactly what the objection is from defense because we've had both attorneys talking about it. And it's been different statements from both of the defense attorneys. And so just allow us to continue to go through his direct examination.
And I will clarify exactly what my objection is.
Okay.
To the degree he is testifying as a lay expert, his opinion based upon his training and experience is banned by people with Stewart. To the degree that they want to qualify him as an expert, we have a violation of the court's order regarding experts.
Okay. All right. Is Agent Gruesing, he is back there. Okay,
yeah,
good. Here's how I see this. I did enter an order that required that if the witness were going to provide expert testimony, that a report regarding that expert's testimony needed to be provided so that it could be disclosed. I understand that Mr. Gruesing has been endorsed as an expert. He's not been offered as an expert at this point in time, but he's been endorsed as an expert. It's not clear to me. It appears to me that Agent Gruesing did offer some, or he's mentioned in the reports, or he has some reports, but apparently does not have or did not disclose the opinions that the defense is requesting. What I would order is I think that Agent Gruesing needs to stay away from the phrase pathway to violence. I think he can testify as to why he was directing the interrogation in certain manners. I think the issue of him saying, well, I wanted to keep her talking, I don't really know that that's any different than anybody else, frankly, that's testified here. I was telling her this because I was hoping that I would get her talking. At one point, I think it was in the video. I don't think it was independent testimony from Agent Gruesing, so I think it was in the video. At one point, he mentioned something about the Dylan Redwine case, but I think that was in the video, and he was trying to get the defendant talking about that and trying to explain his experience. I think all of those are appropriate. I think it's appropriate for for Agent Gruesing to say, to an extent, this is what I was trying to get her to do. I think it is inappropriate for Agent Gruesing, and Agent Gruesing would be prohibited from saying, for instance, in this case, well, I was doing this investigation, and because of a technique that I learned in the Dylan Redwine case, this is what I was trying to do here, because I think at that point, a jury could conceive that he, based on his education, experience, and training, is equating Ms. Stauch with Mark Redwine, and that does not appear to be the case here. So I think that there are things that he can talk about. I've not heard him say that, even though he is a profiler, I've not yet heard any testimony that he developed a specific profile about the defendant, that she had certain characteristics or certain traits which would be consistent with, for instance, a serial killer or something like that. I've not heard any of that. I remember we got an objection about that, and Mr. Allen assured me that we were not going there. We have not gone there. So I think that he can say, I was trying to get her to talk. I was trying to get her, and my hope was that so long as we didn't directly, I'm not sure it was Agent Gruesing, but somebody at some point in time said, so long as we did not directly accuse her of murdering Gannon,
we thought we could keep her talking. I think that's appropriate. So far, I have not seen anything from Agent Gruesing's testimony that is outside the parameters that I've already mentioned. So while the objection is there, at this point in time, it's overruled. If it becomes more prevalent or you think you need to lodge an objection, you can and ask to approach, and I'll deal with it then.
And the only other thing that we just do at this point in time too, we are objecting to this agent giving an opinion regarding her sanity under Rule 403. And the reason being is we've had a lot of, he went in for quite a length about his training as an FBI profiler, as his experience with serial killers, all of this kind of stuff. And I think because we've had all of that under 403, I think the jury would give more weight based upon his training and experience. And I don't think under 403 that's cured even by saying in your lay opinion, because I don't know how you take out 20 plus years of FBI profiling to give a lay opinion on this. We've had a plethora of lay witnesses testify that it's her sanity. This witness, because of the background that was given at the beginning of his testimony, I just think under 403, I'd ask the court to prohibit.
I'm going to require, Mr. Allen, that you not ask that question until we get to the end of the testimony, and then we can take it up then. I want to see what other foundation is laid at that point in time regarding his contacts with Ms. Stauch. It appears it's primarily this video.
Well, no, that's not accurate, Judge. If we're saying contacts, we've got a plethora of recorded phone calls. We've admitted 16 of them, but there's even more than that we didn't decide to admit. As you know, there's some that are over an hour long. There's some that are shorter in length. We're talking with this interview, which is almost 5 hours long, plus all of these others, that it's, as far as law enforcement investigators, some of the longest contact with this defendant of anybody.
Okay. I want to wait until I get to the end of it direct. And before you ask that question, ask to approach, and then we'll see where we are there. I think I understand the issue from the defense is not so much contact as it is because of this witness's background and expertise. They may give more weight to his opinion than they would to just a lay opinion. So,
yeah, no, I understand that as well, Judge. I think that if we are making that sort of decision, and we can talk about this again later, but if we're making that sort of decision that based on we're guessing that the jury is going to give a particular witness more credibility or less credibility, I think we're invading the province of the jury. They get to understand and make those decisions in private in their deliberations, and we should not invade that. And I think case law is very clear about that.
All right.
One last thing, Judge, just so that the record's clear on the prior cases, examples that Mr. Gruesing gives during the pendency of this interview and that sort of thing. You notice I haven't asked any questions about serial killers or anything like that, trying to draw parallels. I'm not even asking about prior cases, even though it's prevalent in this particular interview. If there were concerns from the defense about those issues and topics coming up in this interview's been out in discovery for, years. This is the first time we're hearing about it in the midst of trial, in the midst of testimony from Mr. Gruesing. And I just think it's improper to do it now under these conditions when there was plenty of opportunity to do it prior to, with the caveat that obviously I'm not drawing special attention to these issues. It's just going to continue to flow in this interview.
Okay. Mr. Twin.
I'm not objecting. The fact that he mentioned red wine in the interview is not the source of my objection. It appears to me that he's inferring some traits as far as a serial killer, saying like the grievances lead to the pathway to violence, to lead to somebody committing these type of horrible acts. That's the kind of opinion testimony that we're objecting. That I'm noticing she had these grievances, and that would then be a motive for her to commit this type of violent act based upon the training and experience. And it's not all the way there, but to me, it's getting pretty close when we're talking about grievances lead to the pathway to violence. And that's specific one, and we were unaware of it until this point in time. The stuff in the interview technique, that's fine. And the stuff I need to keep her talking, that's fine. It's the stuff that's, I've noticed this, I've seen this in other people, and it seems like he was leading up to this type of thing. That's the specific thing that we're.
Okay. All right, I think we've all made the argument. I've given us a pathway forward, and that's where we will go. Agent Gruesing, do you have any questions about the parameters that I expect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else? Okay, let's go ahead and bring
Do you want Mr. Gruesing back on the stand?
Yes, please. Agent, if you, Special Agent Gruesing, or I'm sorry, it's now Mr. Gruesing, if you would.
Only Mr. Gruesing.
If you would resume your seat on the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath.
So we have a pathway forward, but do we have a pathway to violence testimony? That's what we'll see. Judges restricted, not restricted, but requested that the questions be restructured to not approach a specific area until later on in the testimony. And then they're going to do a little bench conference, again, a sidebar, to discuss that. I was trying to follow the Shrek argument he made, mostly because, anytime somebody says Shrek, it perks my ears up. And there's so many good comments from Shrek.
All rise for the jury, please.
But it has to do with Colorado Supreme Court adopting a flexible approach to fulfill the need for preliminary inquiry and into the relevance and reliability of expert testimony. And then it gets into the weeds. Like this is you need a lawyer to explain this type thing, someone who's very familiar with this. I think this shows that they are paying very close attention, the defense attorneys are, which is good. They're doing their job. We'll see where the judge allows this. Hopefully they'll lay the foundation. We'll get to hear everything we want to hear.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect. With that, Mr. Allen.
Judge, we just need the screen back on.
Right.
So, Mr. Gruesing, in this next section that we're going to watch, which is 25 minutes and 55 seconds through 38 minutes and 28 seconds, you discuss victimology. Just so that the jury understands what victimology is, will you explain that?
It's just simply the study of the victim. So for someone like Gannon, we just try to find out as much as we can about him to maybe lead us to what happened to him.
Okay. We'll start that now at 25:55.
We have a plethora of video to watch.
But first, let's go to Gannon, because what we do is called victimology. Mm-hmm. Have you heard of that before?
Sure.
So victimology is we find out as much as we can about Gannon, the victim. Mm-hmm. And even if he's safe somewhere, even if he's not, knowing more about him, especially since you were the last person with him, helps us to try to figure out, like, say we don't have a suspect, somebody killed, but we have nothing.
Okay.
Then we will look at that person to see what drew that homicide there. Why did those two people interact at that time?
Okay.
And then we'll also do things like it's the subject, the situation, and the location. So something happened. Gannon's here. You have someone or something that did him harm, and then you have why the location.
Okay.
So we have those three things. And, we've looked through your house and, done the CFI stuff and looked at all the, body fluids all over the house and garage and whatever else. So that's all been done. I'm curious to see your challenges of Gannon here when you had to be a parent and then there. Challenges, successes, whatever else. What special attention did he need? What can you tell me about him?
Well, here he was younger, it started to mature a little bit, hitting towards, like 6th grade.
Uh-huh.
So, like, here he was more so of, like, let's see. At that time and situation here, okay, so prior to that, we never got to see him at like every other weekend for the longest time.
Okay.
Right. All right, so then when Albert, we finally pay all the money and got the trip or whatever, Albert had to choose between getting out of the military or the kids in a way, kind of, because mom wasn't given any or whatever. So then that's when we step in and say, we're going to keep them here in our home here, and I'll stay here with them, and then, we'll go from there.
Right.
So during that time, he also didn't get to see his mom. Aisha didn't have a place to live. Aisha also, she had a baby, but then mainly to her, I'm not going to trash her. I'm going to say she was married to someone who didn't take care of her, who wouldn't take care of them like they should, with her being pregnant in that situation. So with mom not having that foundation support, she wasn't able to come to the house a lot. And when she did come to the house, there's times she came that she was like, oh, you know, she just wasn't in a good place. So I let her stay at her home. And Gannon had a tough time every time because in his mind, he just wanted to be like a stepsister. You know?
What? His stepsister?
Yeah.
You mean Harley?
No.
Oh, Landon's?
Yeah. No,
I don't.
Mia. Mike Starner.
Got it.
You know Mike, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he wanted it to be like Mike Starner, which was they go to the dad's house for a week.
Right.
You know, so
Got it.
that was Gannon's mindset when he was here. Grandparents, amazing people, which is Landon's family. Amazing people, Grandma, I think Nana and Poppy. Great people. They would always come get them on weekends and things like that, so that I'd have time to, like, you know, do whatever I needed to do, or if I wanted to go shopping or go hang out with people, whatever. So we had all that, you know, going on here. And the missing piece was, you know, Albert had, you know, their country.
Yep.
Gannon would do his schoolwork, very smart. I think he made all A's here in fourth grade. I'm pretty sure he made all A's. So made all A's here. Didn't have like an issue at all.
What was he like when he got home from school? Because Albert's out, you're having to take care of him.
Well, to be honest with you, I got him from after school, which was about like 5:30ish. So by the time we did homework, and all those things, it was almost time to like get ready for bed.
Are you doing his homework with him? Is he doing it on
Right.
his own? What?
See, the difference between schools, and I'm not trying to talk about Colorado if you're from Colorado, the difference between Colorado and South Carolina schools was South Carolina did a lot more with like history and those type of things, where Colorado kind of thought it was relative reading. So he did struggle with history, so we had to sit at the table a lot of times and like really work on, like, he was a mathematician. So like his dad. Gannon is just like his dad. He is so mathematically inclined, you know, like an engineer type brain. So when it came to anything history and reading science stuff, unless it was something he liked, he didn't like. So we spent hours sometimes, you know, working on those things. But with knowing the curriculum, it was easy for me because I already knew. And so by the time we did that, it was time for him to go to bed. You know, yada, yada, yada. So that was.
That's here. But
Yeah.
then what about in Colorado?
So,
Is that different?
well, when we get to Colorado, of course, I start them in school, which would have been August. Okay. So I start them in school. It was a big help because Gannon is at this point a little bit more mature. He knows he stayed with us. Because, see, I took him to Alaska and homeschooled him before we got to Colorado. I homeschooled him for those 2 months. And then we transitioned into Colorado. Actually, it wasn't August. I'm sorry, I told you the story. It was that January that we got here because I homeschooled him November, December, not of this past time, but of the year before.
Okay.
Sorry.
So January 2019.
Yes, so I homeschooled him 2018, November, Christmas time, because mom couldn't get him then for whatever reason. Then we came on to, but I think she ended up getting him, and she flew them back to Colorado for a week or something. She got it for a week maybe. Flew them back to Colorado. So January 2019, we would have started school in Colorado.
Okay.
Right, so get them in school, which Colorado, I mean, I think it was like May, middle May, they would go to Colorado.
Right.
So January, February, March, April. Okay, so it was pretty simple in the terms of we would do like, you know, he never had homework in Colorado for some reason. So it was always Albert would be like, make them write their labs or, you know, it was time for them to go to summer.
What time did you normally get home from school?
Well, around that time, he went to another school because this new school wasn't built.
Okay.
So it would have been like 3:45, 4 o'clock, maybe, just because it happened coming from across town. And then coming with the fall. Yeah, so they came back in August. So we went on, Gannon went with us on a big cruise in the summer because he didn't want to go home. Right away, we gave him a choice. You want to go on a family cruise or you want to go, you know, to, he said he wanted to go on a cruise. So I went on a big family cruise, Dominican, and I forgot a couple of things. So it was just me, him, Harley, and Albert. Those are the 4 of us, and Lena didn't go. So we all went on this family cruise and had a great time, whatever. And then, of course, they come here for the summer, and then they get ready to come back for fall. So they come back for fall, and at this point in time, I was working. Albert was doing like the shift, like 3-2.
You had your teaching job and
3-2, 3-2. He was like, working and all these things.
Okay.
Well, Harley was working, I think, and starting Pike Peak College. So we were all pretty busy, like throughout the day. And then in the evening, it was kind of like, come in, grab this. But then I was coaching. So as I was.
What were you coaching?
Softball. So as I was.
At your school?
At the high school.
At the high school.
So as I was coaching softball, you know, I probably didn't get home sometimes till like 5:30, maybe sometimes later, just depending on if it was a game or practice or something like that. So honestly, a lot of the help had to come from either Harley doing a lot of it, if Albert was working, or Gannon had to independently, like, you know, do a lot of it himself.
How did he get home?
Which we were teaching. At this point in time, they were in the new school.
Right.
So the new school, because we lived 1.5 miles out, the new school allowed him to take. If not, they had the rest of the way they had to.
Okay.
So coaching was over, you know, probably around, it's weird because they do softball, not spring, so coaching was over maybe around October. You know, Gannon started having a hard time because he was wanting to go home for Thanksgiving. When I tell you Gannon, he loves his Nana. Like that's his. If it was up to him, he'll just he'll be at Nana's house all the time because he loves Nana. So he like wanted to go because he has 2 little boy cousins. If you know, Gannon has 4 sisters, and he doesn't have any brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So he, in his way, those 2 little boys are like his brothers.
Okay.
So if he goes to Nana's house, you know, he can spend a lot of time with his little cousins. I think and then they can all just hang out. He didn't get to go for Thanksgiving. Albert had to work. So we I don't really cook. We've always like eating out whenever it's my turn. So I just said, hey, listen, you know, we'll go out to dinner. We did all this Thanksgiving, tried to make it up the best that I could because I'm not his mom, but he wanted to be there with the family, you know, because the holidays and that's what he's used to. And then of course Christmas came around. And same thing kind of happened at Christmas, but then we worked it out and we figured out a plan to get him home for Christmas. They would be.
They went to Nana's for Christmas?
Spend time with the family, yeah. Because Mom never had a house. So Albert said it's okay if they go and then they have to be at Nana's house. And that was our biggest worry. Like, have you ever been here before today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like if you like look on the boulevard and things like that, there's a lot of like not the best places, and that was where they were staying at one point, you know, when they would come. And so that was why they were like, no.
Right. Yeah. So then is Gannon responsible for taking his own? He has ADHD medicine, right? Does he do that on his own? Do you help him with that?
Most of the time, like how it worked is I got all lunchboxes ready, set them on. We've been in the house with the stove that's in the corner by the refrigerator. We would set the lunchboxes out, snacks, and let them pick. And he always picked before Lena because he just knew that he could get it. If he beat her up, he could pick the snacks he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he would pick the snacks that he wanted, and I would lay if Albert wasn't getting them up, I would lay his ADHD medicine, his Vyvanse, 20 milligrams. I would lay his Vyvanse on. And so
what form is it? Just tablet? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would lay it on the counter, and he would know, you know, come in and take it.
How does he take it? Is it with water?
Yeah. He doesn't even use water half the time.
Okay. Right.
He's been taking it since he was 5.
Okay.
So.
Is there any other that he's on or no? Like Adderall or anything?
No, I don't know. I think when he was like 5, they like tried one medicine, but the Vyvanse worked. That was it. Like that was the one.
Any of the other kids on medication? Harley or no? Okay.
No.
What about you or Al?
I don't know anything other than when I told you about the lorazepam. But see, the thing about lorazepam was they might give it to me and I might not get it again. You know, 30 tablets, but it was only for like panic attacks or things like that. As far as Albert, I know he has the gout, so I know I'm sure it's nothing that.
But nothing that he could, Gannon could mix up medications with or whatever. Like somebody else's meds or anything.
Not that I'm worried. Now there's stuff in the counter from like probably old stuff or like, you know, like Harley had her wisdom teeth taken out. I think Albert did, but I'm pretty sure he might have been trying to get rid of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But none of us had like any like or anything like that.
So in that particular recounting of, you lead into asking challenges with Gannon. Again, from your perspective, did she appear to be able to recount things and have strong memory recall ability?
Yeah, she walked us through his childhood, South Carolina, Alaska, Colorado, when he got home from school, what courses he did well in, what courses he struggled in. So, yes.
Did it sound like fairly normal family life?
It did.
Did you ask about bath salts and the hike from Sunday, January 26th?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. It's going to be from this point up to 4330.
I'm asking you that because of the bath salt deal that he came up with. You know, that was on the hike day, wasn't it?
So the bath salt thing was just totally because they did this drug class, which is the same class that my fifth grade did too. And it's where these people came in and they dressed up in like, I say dressed, they were professionals. They are medical professionals. They dressed in their outfits and all those things. And they let the kids like pretend they were working on, what do we call it? You know, like as if they were doing CPR and all that. And during that time frame, they went over all these different drugs. So they talked about what your life is on crack. They talked about like all these, like it was very, very like in depth for fifth grade. But at the same time, you got to think it was probably a good thing to.
So was Gannon telling you about this, or did you find out from a teacher, or how did you find out they had this in-depth conversation?
Well, I knew because they did it at our school first. So they did it at our school first. So it was something, once they found out they did it at our school and they saw like all the cool pictures and things like that, other teachers wanted to know about it. So when the other teachers wanted to know about it, they, went around different schools and they signed like, I think Albert signed a permission slip or maybe sent an email to the teacher or whatever, that it was okay for him to do.
So was Gannon fascinated with the bath salt thing, or how did that conversation happen? Because I know that seemed to be important, during the hike and afterwards and whatever.
Well, it was like, okay, so my parents would deliver these, and we never knew what they were. We were told meat, we were told whatever. We don't know. But Albert would always talk to Gannon about anytime people had anything like drugs and things of that sort. He would always say, like, these are bad people. Things like this is bad things. So right. Gannon already had like some sort of base foundation about it, and because he had like that sort of base foundation, he always had like questions because like
right.
that, and that was always the thing, is that he was wanted his baby Nova going to be. And that was like his main concern, was wanting to know these things because he was just curious of how, like, all.
So were you guys on the hike when he brought it up, or where were you?
He had already brought it up prior to the hike.
Okay.
He had already said something when he came home after this.
Was it a concern for you? Tell me what he said and how your conversation was.
Honestly, sir, I don't remember. I just remember he was telling us about the different things that they were talking about. And then I was like, oh, did you guys do this? And they would be like, yeah, I don't know. What did you do? So it was kind of like mimicked the same way. So we did talk about that a lot.
Was that before hike, you said?
Yeah, leading up to it, before the hike, there was a lot of talk about it, for a little bit. And then, of course, the hike, I think he said a few things.
What did he say?
I just remember he was talking to me.
And was it concerning to you?
Like
what he was saying? Like he really wanted to try these things, or what?
Like I didn't think anything about him wanting to try any of it, do anything with it. I know that he said something about it, and I gave him a bath bomb.
When he said something, what did he say?
He just asked me about, in general, about if we had bath bombs. Because to be honest with you, he had already pooped how many times.
So he said that after he pooped on the hike?
He pooped a couple of times on the hike.
Yeah.
Like, when I say poop, I don't mean like...
Just a little bit to where it's uncomfortable
and
whatever.
Right. And so it was the whole thing about bath salts was just... I think he just wanted to, like, relax. Because ended up taking 2 baths. So,
Now,
I think he wanted to.
I don't want to be weird, but are you giving him baths? Is he taking them?
No. Gannon goes by himself, and he's very like helpful, independent. Like I've taught him so many independent skills where he can go in there and just he'll forget to like bring his clothes up or the simple things like that. But
okay, so he takes 2 baths that night, or 1 bath that night, 1 the next morning, or.
I think when we got home, we took 1. Me and Lena went to go get food. And then I think he had used the bathroom again. I took another one. I think when me and Lena got back. And then she took 1 somehow.
So, Mr. Gruesing, in that portion of the interview, we're talking about the hike and bath salts. Again, did she appear to have ability to recall those details as well?
Yes.
Is that markedly different than when you're talking about trying to get details as to what happened to Gannon?
Yes.
In what way?
She's comfortable talking, and as you mentioned, she's giving details, and she can clearly remember what was going on, just even from her comfort in talking to me.
And this is from what she's describing here is from the hike that occurred on the afternoon of January 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Did you ask her about what does it look like if her and Gannon argue?
Yes.
So let's jump to that section. We're going to jump to just a little bit ahead, 44 minutes and 45 seconds. And we'll play this through 49 minutes and 12 seconds.
So what does an argument look like with Gannon? Have you guys ever argued?
Like maybe like in Myrtle Beach, we would have been like, we're so much alike. So we are so much alike in terms of we both have stomach problems, really, really bad. We both have like anxiety, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
And he's so kind and like kind-hearted, and then the point of like we can get upset about something, but then the next minute he'll be like I am. He'll be like, oh, look about something. We'll just say something, and he had tremendously increased the amount in Myrtle Beach. I don't think I ever heard him do it. I love you, or I mean, like the holiday might come, they just say, oh, Shrek, something, whatever. But like since having him all the time, it became more of like I would hear I love you like all the time, and so I feel like it was on
the holiday, the Christmas before. Is that what you're saying? He disappeared?
You what now?
When you said around the holiday, he was saying, I love you.
I'm saying like once we started more and more having, then he and I became a lot closer because of just like wanting to have that connection with both the kids.
Surely you had some arguments with him, though. Did you ever have to discipline him or no?
Well, I never spanked any of the children, never, because I just don't believe in spanking other people's kids. So never had that. Now, as far as like, okay, you are in trouble, you're going to do this. Yeah, that's any kid with any of them.
What's the biggest disagreement you had with Gannon?
The biggest disagreement. I think probably because he doesn't. And again, he probably shouldn't have this on him as a kid, but not like seeing the light. How he couldn't go home. He was so like, kind of like forgiving. It's okay, mommy don't have money. If I said anything like, well, and I probably shouldn't have, but I did, I would be like, well, she quit doing this. She could pay for it. And I would always figure out a way. But then it was like, I'd say, I wanted him to see that.
Was this a certain incident?
Do what now?
The biggest disagreement you had, was this a certain time, or you?
No, we never had like big, like there was never any like big all out. Are you, when you say disagreement, like clashes or like screaming, shouting?
Well, I'm a parent, so I've had mine.
You mean
Disagreements, yelling at the kid.
like that kind of disagreement, but never not like a.
So what's the most
physical,
upset you've been with Gannon?
where we've like.
Where you've had to yell, and I've had to yell at my kids.
I got you. I see what you're saying. So like where we've had to like fuss at each other over whether or not he did something. If he did something.
That has to happen if you're a parent.
Right.
I'm not judging you.
Saying, I thought you were asking me like.
No,
I'm
more looking at this from Gannon's point of view. I'm not judging you.
No, I thought you were asking me more of like, like whippings or like switches or like something like that. No.
So what's the most intense time you've had with Gannon as far as you're yelling, he's yelling, that sort of thing? That has to have happened, especially with that kid.
I mean, yeah, of course.
So what time do you remember?
Probably times that I don't remember specific times. Like say all revolved around Albert, like not being disciplined.
Well,
disciplinary enough.
When Gannon was just doing something that's totally irrational and unreasonable. I have a boy. I know.
Yeah.
They don't behave all the time.
Right.
So what did Gannon?
I don't know of any like specifics. I just know that we would have. Like if it would have been something that wasn't in what our teachings were, we would have, of course, yelled.
So you never had to yell at him that you remember?
I just said that to you. I said there have been plenty of times.
Yeah, but I mean a specific one.
So, Mr. Gruesing, in that portion of the interview, when you're asking about the biggest disagreement that she had with Gannon, she referenced Gannon's mother. Did Gannon's mother and the relationship that Gannon had with his mother become a fairly consistent theme as it relates to her feeling like she wasn't getting credit?
She mentioned that a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And in that particular one, she mentioned that he's very forgiving to his mom, and she, being the defendant, wanted Gannon to see that his mom wasn't doing the right things.
Yes.
Almost seeming to want to discredit Gannon's own mother.
Correct.
In Gannon's eyes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask, or did she eventually give a description of Gannon being in a very upset rage and having some sort of a knife or box cutter?
She did.
All right, let's jump to that section, and we're jumping ahead about a minute to 50 minutes and 10 seconds. And we're going to play it to 55:32.
Gannon wouldn't like yell back. Gannon would not like yell back and be like, like confrontational. So Gannon would not like. He might say something smart.
How did he react?
Under his breath.
Do you have an incident you remember or no? And you had to put your foot down and say, Gannon, that's not acceptable.
No, like if I said that, he pretty much listened to what I said.
Yeah.
It was like not. I don't remember him screaming back at me at meetings.
Or just going to his room, slamming the door.
Situation.
Anything like that.
Slamming the door, room. Me. Maybe more so me like saying something that Albert might have been more of the if there was slamming doors or anything. Could have been like going back again. Albert, you need to make sure he's not doing this, and then go from there in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like Albert was teaching him how to use a box cutter and like different things like that. And there were times that I might have been like, "Oh, Albert, I don't think you should have done this because he was acting weird in this way." But that would have been early in the beginning before we started getting him like counseling. But once he started getting, like.
No, remind me the counseling. What was that for?
Do what now?
The counseling.
So Albert said that he should get counseling through the military just for like all the transitions and being like in and out of school and like all different things like that, just to make sure that his mental like well-being was fine. And Albert said that anytime he would, of course, counselors can't tell you, what was going on unless it was something, pressing. And of course, Albert would always come out and say that everything's fine, and then Gannon would come back and tell us what he talked about. But as far as like
Did Gannon ever come at you with a knife or something? Wasn't there an incident?
Well, that's what I was just telling you about. There was when Albert, I told you Albert was trying to teach him how to use
That's the box cutter
a box
thing?
cutter, yeah. So Gannon had this thing about the knife, and he was doing like this, and whoever told you that it was coming at me, that was not.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I'm getting the real story here.
No. I know you've got stories from everywhere, and you probably are not looking at me for mine. But that is not what happened. Gannon was in a upset, which the video was shown to the counselor lady, and Albert was upset because he was like, "You should have let me get the video" or something like that. But Gannon was in more of like an upset rage because this was in the very beginning when he had to first transition to yet another school.
Was this fall?
No, so this would have been, I don't know if it would have been fall, but okay, so 4th grade, new school, home school, then they went to the first school in Colorado, and then the new school opened.
Correct.
So it was somewhere between that time frame of, Gannon it was too much transition for him. That had nothing to do with him being mad at me or being mad at Albert or Landon or whatever. It was too much transitions for him that he was so upset. Like.
Where was he when he was doing this? Was he in his room?
I feel like it was in the kitchen. I don't really remember. Ask me something that was a while ago. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean.
Were you threatened by Gannon doing that? Did it make you nervous?
Well, I told Albert, I said it has a mentality. Like in my mind, I said it has a mentality of like he's going to want to not hurt himself, or not just specifically hurt someone in general, but specific, but in general. And so like I was a little worried because I thought he had so much anger and aggression for what was going on. Because it honestly was, Albert hadn't even got there yet, I feel like Albert had just either got to Colorado or hadn't got there yet.
Right.
And so he had to go from being with his mom back to me, and then Albert wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, okay, like, I got to start new school, I got to make new friends, like all those things.
How did you handle it? How did you calm him down?
He was typically always.
I'm specifically with the box cutter thing. How did you calm him down?
I don't know if it was a knife he had then. I was just saying, he had been using a box cutter, so that's how I was teaching him. Okay. So I remember I took his amiibo. He loves amiibos. And I took his amiibo, and I just threw his amiibo out the front yard. And I told him, I was like, the amiibo's gone. We're never getting it again. And I made him call his mom. Mm-hmm. And so I don't remember what we exactly said, but I know she was basically saying, like, you better listen. She gets upset and sends me a message. I send her a message back, and we were both, like, mad at each other, as in me and Landon. And then it was kind of more of like, okay, it's calmed down. But this was a year ago, mm-hmm. So that was the gist of that. It was, he needed that outlet.
Okay.
He needed that counseling.
Well, that helps us.
So pausing you at 55 minutes and 32 seconds. Again, she's showing a good ability to recall different events that have occurred during her time with Gannon.
She is.
She says that there's some video of some knife or box cutter incident. Did you ever see such a video?
I did not.
Do you know if one even actually existed?
No.
Was there a portion of the interview that you did with her where she relays to you that she had somehow convinced Gannon to call her different names?
Yes.
The way that she's talking about that with you, did that seem like that was a calculated move on her part, meaning that she's trying to convince Gannon to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Let's jump to that. That's going to start at 57 minutes and 15 seconds. And we'll play it through 57 minutes and 47 seconds.
Sir, it's so hard because...
John.
I'm sorry.
I'm old, but don't call me.
John, it's so hard because if I get up in the morning and Gannon would even say, you want me to take the dogs out so you can have 10 more minutes of sleep? And I convinced him into changing my name. Mm-hmm. So I had to go on board of like calling me a different name. I didn't ever like my original name, so I had to calling me a different name. So the helpfulness.
So as it relates to those that different names that she's referring to, the reason that she gives in the interview was because she didn't like her original name.
That's right.
Did she ever talk about that in any other time, either on those phone calls that you were a part of, or even during this interview, about how she would go as a different person or different name?
Not that I was a part of, no.
Did this appear to be, the way she's describing it, a voluntary act on her behalf to get Gannon to call her a different name because she didn't like her original name?
Yes.
Did you ask her about the candle incident and the fire in the basement and keeping Gannon home?
I did.
Why'd you ask about that?
We as investigative team were very unclear on what happened with the candle incident, and she ascribed a lot of injuries to Gannon, including burns on his arms, blood, that sort of thing. So I wanted to see how she would talk about it to me.
Okay. So we'll jump to that section next, and we're going to jump to 1 hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds and play through 1 hour, 26 minutes and 58 seconds.
The candle incident. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so Gannon wanted to, I don't remember if he wanted to stay up 30 minutes. I can't remember. There was something he did that allowed him to earn some extra time. There was something he did. But Albert had grounded him from playing the Switch. So he wasn't allowed to, play a Switch or whatever. He was only allowed to, he wanted to watch a movie or something.
Right.
Well, on the hike earlier that day, he was so helpful with me. People think he was sick and he's still whatever, but I have serious stomach issues and still have to operate. But he was so helpful with taking care of the dogs and stuff. And I had told Gannon that, so that Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep, I remember that.
So we sat around and, we had, before we left, we were, on the sofa, and I'm just, crying. He didn't know who that was. He knew the name, but not, growing up in, my generation to, know who that was. So we just sat there and, talked about it, and I told him, Kobe had and so Gannon started relating in the terms of being like me, I have all sisters, and so, we were talking about that, and in between some of those questions might have been certain questions that led to what he was asking me about what went on school in that thing, in that talk.
Right.
And so that led into on the hike that day about what we had talked about. So then that evening, I don't remember what he did, but I remember I said he had 30 minutes or something extra. And I knew it wasn't his Nintendo or things like that at the time because he wasn't supposed to earn that back until the next day. And so then we had, I think I was upstairs, Carly wasn't there. Carly had to work. Like this. Mm-hmm. Carly had to work until, I think it was and then Gannon had, what was he doing? He was doing something, I don't remember. So I go back upstairs, then I hear the machine was saying, beep, 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 is someone coming in the house.
Okay.
So I put the code in thinking, so why is the alarm thing off? Open, or none of that stuff. No doors open. So then I go back where Lena was at, and I think she was faking sleeping, but not really. Mm-hmm. And then, but she had the cover over her head a little bit, and so she was doing whatever. And so then I hear the thing saying fire.
Does it actually say fire?
It said fire.
Okay.
So that was the crazy thing because I never had heard. I didn't know what. I thought it would just be like that.
Right, like a siren.
But I don't know if it was the detector thing saying fire or if it was the actual. But it was just fire, 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 whatever. So then I run back in there and I look and I don't see anything, or I don't see anything that looks downstairs, or I don't see anything. And it was still going. So I grabbed Lena. I'm going to tell you exactly wrong, but I'm pretty sure I grabbed Lena first. I grabbed the dog. think that's how it went. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure it was in that order. So. And we run out to the truck, I feel like. Either I open the door, I don't remember. Somehow they get to the truck.
Okay.
And then I run back downstairs because at this point I already know I'm up there. And so I run back downstairs and Gannon was awake but not awake. Like, you know how you can almost like be asleep but not asleep type thing. And
so he was in his bed?
No. He wasn't in his bed.
Where was
he? He was on the sofa.
On the sofa.
Right. So he was on the sofa. And so like when I pull the cover, I pull Gannon with the cover. And so at this point in time, then I put the fire that's out.
So what did the fire look like?
It wasn't like huge.
Where was it? In the carpet? On the sofa?
I feel like it was on like one of the covers.
On the covers. Was the cover on the sofa though, or was it on the floor?
I don't remember. I just remember it was in a small location. It wasn't a big enough fire to.
What color was it? Do you remember? Was it yellow, red, orange?
I don't remember. Wasn't in a color to like. Because
I think blue burns the hottest, and then you have stuff. If stuff gets involved in the fire, you have a yellowish or reddish color.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I don't remember.
How can you show me how tall it was? Like, do you remember?
It wasn't tall.
Wasn't tall.
I don't feel like it was that tall. I mean, but my tall might be different. I don't want to.
Still, a fire's going to freak you out.
Right. Yeah. So when I pull the cover, I pull him with the cover too, and we run out.
Did you put out the fire or no?
I know that we took the covers, both of them. When he sees what's going on, we took the covers and like we smashed down on it. Yeah, because my only thought was oxygen, put it out.
Right.
That was all I could think of. Put it out, whatever.
Did it take much? Sorry to interrupt. Did it take a lot to put it out or no? Or did you just smother it and then move? Or was it something in between?
Was there what now?
Something in between. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Something in between?
Like in between, just it happened real quick, or you had to fight it for a while? Or?
Oh, it wasn't like fighting for a while. Like there was already a bunch of covers on the side that I had grabbed them all and put over here, which is why the whole thing was all over covers. There was like covers all up here where there was like stuff there. And then I run and he's running behind me. So as I'm running up, he like trips or whatever, but he's right behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I exit back out the garage, I feel like.
The truck was in the garage?
No. It was out front.
I'm
saying like I think I exited back out the garage. Because I feel like I just ran back to that door. I'm not 100% positive. I know we ran out. Then Gannon runs right out behind me. And when I turned around and I'm saying something to him because I'm like, hey, because in my mind, I don't remember if I had gotten the dogs, even though I had already had grabbed the dogs. And so like I don't remember what we were saying, but we were all in a frame, whatever. He jumped in the passenger side, and I'm in the driver's side of the truck.
Okay.
Lena is in the back, and at that point, we drive off. So we drive off for, a minute. We drive back, but there's no gas in the truck.
So was anybody burned from that?
So Gannon had...
You or Gannon?
Gannon had little burns on his arms from that. And then, but at the time, Gannon always lays with like his, either like his underwear on, or like something like that. So at the time when we ran out, I feel like, did he have a shirt? I don't remember if he grabbed a shirt or grabbed another cover. But I knew that he had some burns on his arm, but I know they weren't bad, like burns that were bad. They were just like, you can feel it or whatever.
Were they discolored then? Was it skin reddish, pinkish? What was it? Did you see it then? Or
no, it was not till later that I really like paid attention and should have been like, okay, well, because I did later on. On it, but so yeah, so like his arms, and then we get in the truck or whatever, and then grab them. So then we come back, and so I'm of course, and like I text Harley, I text Albert, what had happened, and I said, this is what happened. Tell Harley this is what happened. Don't panic when you come home, because the house at this point in time we get back in smells like nothing but smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And so nothing but smoke at this point in time. And it was just like, I couldn't get the smoke out. Even opening up the like windows and all these things, I couldn't get the smoke out. So that was
So what,
like
what happened with these covers that you used to put out the flame?
well, the covers were either left there. Because I remember getting the stuff, some of the stuff, and putting outside in the trash can, which I even showed the people when they got there that I put in the trash can.
Do you guys have singular trash cans for each house there, or do you have a dumpster, or what?
Really, like it's a big trash. It's just a big brown trash.
One of the wheel ones you wheel
Yeah,
out and put by the curb. Okay.
Yeah, so it was just one of those. It was no one was like whatever, but we did want Albert. So like come home, like come not necessarily come home and meet for that, but we maybe like had updated a little bit to Albert because we were like thinking, you know, like sad and whatever. You know, like whatever. So in my message to Albert probably was a little bit like a little more over exaggeration, just because that was.
When you say we, did you talk with the kids about let's get Albert home?
No. We did sit down, and because when I was asking him, like, was this, you know, did you do this on accident? Was this an accident? You know, whatever. And so we were just talking about, you know, like the whole thing. Everybody was in one room. We were all in the bedroom at the time, which was our bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
So we were all in the bedroom upstairs, and we were just talking and, you know, whatever. And I said, I got to let your daddy know. And then I was not going to tell him. That was the original thing. I was not to tell him. It was just to fix it and not tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I was like, if I just do that, then we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But then that was just an opportunity to be like, oh, well, maybe Albert would be like, oh, or, you know, 'cause it was hard, like, you know, always, all of us was there, going through all these memories and doing all these things without him, you know, like being there.
No, I get it.
So that was
So did Gannon agree that was a good idea to kind of play it up a little bit?
Did he agree?
Yeah.
We all were in like an agreement.
So how did you play it up? Was the fire really not that big, and you made it like it was a big deal, or
well, to whenever
just
we
to
were,
get Al to say, hey, maybe I should get back home?
when we were explaining it to people in general, like that was our whole like, oh my god, whatever, like, I'm like, oh, you saw that, like, if the people that we messaged, we made it more of like a situation, like than what it really was.
Yeah, because I couldn't understand how a candle could make a big fire, because my wife lights candles all the time around the house, and if we knocked them over, and if you knock it over, kind of nothing happens.
Yeah.
I mean, it might singe the carpet a little bit. But
yeah.
I've seen the pictures, and I'm surprised that, you know, that much of the carpet was burned.
Well, it was probably because, I don't know, but I know that we did go, like, push down on the carpet, and it was on the cover, the cover was wrapped up on him.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know, like...
That's what I was just curious about, the burn itself on the carpet, because that looks awfully big for a candle.
I didn't even think that was even big. Was that really big?
Yeah, I mean, that big for a candle, because, like I said, my wife, we look like a church sometimes with all the candles she lights.
Yeah.
We have dogs running around and kids.
Yeah, no, it was...
So I was just surprised a candle could make, you know, a big black thing in the carpet that much. That it might have been held there for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe he tried to set...
I don't know about... But see, the thing is, I don't know that Gannon would try to, like, purposely, like, set something on fire. I don't know. I know that he did tell me later that he thought that I was coming downstairs, and he was playing his game. So I don't know.
So he was playing his game when he knocked the candle over?
Yeah, so he did tell us, he told me and Lena and all of us that when we were all talking together, he told us that he thought I was coming downstairs, like, to catch him on his game. Whatever.
Oh, that's why he knocked it over.
I don't know. I don't know if he accidentally or thought, you know, whatever. I just know he said that he thought.
But did he take any responsibility for knocking the candle over, or did it just say it happened, or what?
No, he did say that.
Okay.
He did say that he had done it, that he had started it or whatever. And I asked, that's why I kept asking him, like, did you do it on purpose?
That's what I'm curious about.
Or did you, you know, was it an accident? He told me an accident. He thought I was coming downstairs. So, To me, sir, we could afford to buy another
Yeah, for sure.
sofa and another carpet. That's not a problem. Like, I mean, you're talking about like things that we had and nice things that we can afford to buy that. So that was not a point of contention, and Gannon very well would have known that too.
So did it burn? It burned the sofa also?
I don't think it burned the sofa. I'm just saying, like, in general in the area, whether if it would have burned sofa, TV, all that.
Right. Did he light the candle?
We could afford
who
to
lit
do
that
it.
candle? Do you know?
The candle was, he had already lit the candle because the dogs were, and so he had already lit the candle, which we
Does
allowed.
he normally do that?
Yeah, we allowed him to he could light the candle if he wanted to. He was allowed to open like packages that came. That's where I was telling Albert taught him how to use like the box cutter and stuff like that. He was allowed to do those type of things. As long as, you know, he was usually within reason, like, okay, I'm not going to go light, you know, like, or something like that. When I was little too, like I did the same thing about curious about matches, but we had already given him enough of, you know, like safety talks about, like Albert, when he talked to him about using the box cutters and knives, he always showed him the right direction, you know, not to just go to like, cut them from boxes and stuff. So he had already had these, you know, talks about the correct way to do these things.
Well, it explains those two. So I've got the bath salts, the candle, and now the foot injured in the garage. Tell me about that.
The foot injured.
Sorry, before I go there, so we don't forget, you said peeling these later.
I just remember that on Monday his arm had a little bit of peeling to it. And that's when I said in my mind, and like I told the earlier here, that I did at that point say, I probably should like think about if I need to, if later on after I put stuff on it, I need to think about if it gets worse, you know, monitor the situation, you know, like those type of things.
Did you put stuff on it or no?
Well, we had took that green aloe stuff and we had took and put the dog had just had get bit before, so already had that little wrap stuff.
Okay.
And so we had already done that in that situation.
Did you put it on both arms?
I think it was the right arm, I feel like.
And then when did you do that? Was that Sunday night, Monday morning, both?
I think it was Sunday night. No, actually it wasn't. It was through the night because we stayed up late. So it would have already been Monday morning hours, like into Monday morning hours.
So why were you guys up late?
Because we couldn't breathe. The smell was so like it's like stuck in the house from the smoke. We couldn't breathe. No matter what we did.
So where'd you guys hang out until you could breathe?
We slept in our room, and then we opened all the windows downstairs.
Okay. And all four of you slept in?
So Lena, Harley, Nee, and him were in the room for a while. Then Gannon went to So then Gannon went to Lena's room for a while, but then he was in his room by the time he woke up. So I don't know if he got open.
What time do you think you went to Lena's room? Was it after midnight?
Sure, I don't know.
When did you call him in sick? It was pretty early in the morning.
Well, we didn't. What happened is all I did was I called and asked about his stomach. It was nothing to do with anything to do with the fire. My question was, I'd already given him Miralax, which was like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a prescription over the counter. I say whatever it is, prescription Miralax, whatever it's or whatever. And I had already given him that. And so then I also had X-Lax. And I thought, you know, at what point can I not? Like how much is enough? If I can't get him to pass this, at what point is there enough, or can I go ahead and do it like an enema? Albert can tell you, I've given him an enema before, and like things like that, because it gets so bad and they're just so big and they get clogged up. So that was the concern about how to get him to pass that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like for me, I have to I can drink 10 scoops of Miralax. And it won't affect me at all. Yeah. And so I didn't want it to be where it was. And then also, the combination is different in my stomach because, like I said, if I take 10 of them, I'm okay.
So he's having the squirts and he started having those in the hike, but he couldn't pass. that whole evening. Is that right?
Right. He would get out, but like couldn't get like the whole thing out. And that was sometimes if he finally, and then when he finally
It had to
gets
be painful,
one out,
wasn't it? Or,
for me, I lay in the bathroom and I'm in pain.
Yeah.
Like whenever.
was he telling you he was in pain?
Well, he sits on the toilet. His common thing is that he'll sit on the toilet and just sit there and sit there and sit there. So as long as he's got something to focus with, again, his pain tolerance is very like high when it comes to just sitting there, like, focusing.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
So he spent a lot of time in the bathroom that evening, just sitting there.
Yeah, off and on the bathroom, and we got kids meals, but he came out and ate his kids meals. So better, so I assumed.
McDonald's or what?
No, we Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had originally said Burger King, but that's not Burger King right there. That's Carl's Jr.
Got it.
Carl's Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I never go to Carl's Jr., but we got 2 kids meals, and I think I got one or 2. Lena went with me to go get it. So he ate the kids meal when we got back.
But he still hadn't passed yet.
Well, if he ate, he had done something. He had already used it some because he wouldn't have eaten.
And had you given him the Miralax before the meal then?
I had already given Miralax like throughout the week. We always had this thing where if I went in there and took one of my shots, like of I think berries or something like that, he would take one too. So it was common for me to be like, okay, here, mix. And Albert would always say, go mix him up one of the drinks because we put in orange juice. Well, he didn't like juices as much unless it was like Kool-Aid juices, like Kool-Aid. So it was a common thing to always try to give Miralax to regulate your system. But the problem is, if you don't take the Vyvanse, that you don't take it for a day, like he didn't take it on Saturday, because family was in town, and so you don't take it on Saturday, and if you don't take it on Sunday, that's when it starts to happen. That's when the constipation and the diarrhea kind of can go hand in hand. So, like, let's say if he would have took it Saturday, and let's say he would have took it Sunday, he wouldn't have been as bad. Right. But then the problem is, Albert always would want him not on it if we're going to go do like a big time activity, because instead of having him like, zoned out, I mean, you zoned out or something.
Yeah.
That was
the Vyvanse stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like the thing was, if we go somewhere that requires him to have like things, then that we don't want him to be under that Vyvanse and just have to be like zoned in. We want him to be, especially like on the hike, I wanted him to be able to like run around and do things. Because me and him were always on the top of all, like if we had hiked, we were always on the top of hikes. We were always the one, like,
right.
Bleeding, doing everything.
So was he bleeding that night? Do you know?
From
rectally,
from
anally, yeah.
So what happens is from him squeezing,
I'm trying to figure out, things are going on with him these last couple hours.
Yeah, so like from him squeezing and stuff like that, his does the same thing as mine does, and mine doesn't. So that's why I told you we're so much alike, and we could relate on that, because it was like, oh my gosh, or your butt, and then just from squeezing and things like that. And that wasn't like boring.
Okay, so it wasn't a copious amount.
Yeah.
Just because of him struggling with that all night, or that evening into the night. You don't know when he eventually felt good? Or
how it works is he might feel good, and then it gets where it's hurting still until he gets it all out. It's not until he returns like 100% and being like, okay, I'm back to Gannon.
Did he get back to Gannon that night?
For Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was fine. I told you he earned extra time to be able to stay up and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought, was he not struggling with this after the candle incident?
Right. Like what happens is, I mean, if you want to call him a GI person, but he gets where he's okay, and then a little bit more okay, and a little bit more. They happen every once a month ish, where he goes through those episodes of his stomach, and mine does the same thing.
So when you guys were up in the bedroom, how was he?
You mean like after
the flame and fire and smoke?
He was upset and like crying because he thought he was going to lose his switch, like for a long time. Like he thought, that. Biggest thing was, I don't care, we'll just do whatever. I knew whatever. I would be quicker to cover up because we just related on the same page, more so than Lena, because Lena was kind of graphic, sure, whatever. Dana could be more of like, we can have a secret and talk and say.
Right.
Yeah. So I'd be more inclined. Okay, don't tell anybody, we'll fix it. And so that was kind of like our conversation, what we were talking about. Yeah, he was upset, like very, like upset and hurt and just trying to do whatever, but we also kind of just.
So how late do you think he stayed up with you in the room until he finally left?
I don't know.
Was it past midnight or do you know?
I don't know. At this
But he
point
left
in time,
on
I
his
don't know.
own.
At this point. So whenever he went to Lena's room, I think he walked down. I don't remember exactly, but I know we all four of us couldn't fit in the bed plus 2 dogs. So at one point in time, we had to switch the whole. And I feel like at one point Harley was sleeping on the sofa, and then Harley and Lena switched because we were up. Like I said, we couldn't breathe. It was very smoky. So we were all like. When Lena went to school, I'm pretty sure she probably went to school. Like exhausted.
Right.
Because like
So Lena was real sleepy, but she went to school.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is when she woke up, she probably was like really, really like felt like she could have used a couple more hours.
Mm-hmm. So why did you call Gannon in sick and not her?
Well, she wasn't struggling with stomach problems.
So he still had him in the morning.
Right. So it wasn't. I even had messaged Albert through the night and said, "Hey, I asked him."
Mm-hmm.
Like I asked him, and they said, "Okay, it's Gannon, things out." And so that was.
Yeah.
So he didn't respond because he was on a different time zone.
So you called in sick though too for your work.
Judge, that's at 1:26:58, which was where I intended to stop, and this is probably a good time for lunch.
Yes, it is. All right. Mr. Gruesing, you can go ahead and step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we could be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of this case. With that, we'll see you at 1:30. Have a good lunch. All rise for the jury, please.
We'll give them a minute to leave the courtroom here. All right. We have a poll up going right now, which great suggestion, by the way. Who made this suggestion? I think it was Riley. Riley Ananu says...
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No.
That's all right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get ready for lunch here. We're gonna come out right there. Cameras are turning off slowly. Maybe we can watch Leticia for a second. Let's see. Oh, I took it away. As soon as I wanted to do that, they took the camera away. All right, the poll is up. Which story is Leticia going to tell the FBI? I know I have a favorite. So, as crazy as this is the train wreck. This FBI agent is doing, I thought Al was good. This FBI agent is doing an incredible job of not letting her know that he knows that she's lying. So she is telling her story. She's getting through. She thinks he's leading him all the way along. He's very good at remembering things. He's asking a couple questions for clarification, but not really confronting her with things. That's going to change. He will eventually confront her, and we're going to see that's going to be quite interesting that way. But what time did the judge say we're going to be done? Is it the same time as always? Is it 1:30 we come back to lunch, or 1:15? Kendra says, Cash Belly. We're doing Cash Belly. Allison, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, I missed the Cash Baby thing. Can you explain? Allison, this is yet another story that Leticia has told about how things happened. And unfortunately, this was in the very last phone call with Al, and Al cut it off. He yawned. He's like, look, I'm tired of listening to your yarns. You spinning yarn. I'm out. And so we never got to hear how this happened exactly, but it started with a lady who was like 8 months pregnant. She was really pregnant, and she gets in the car with her in the passenger seat, and it turns out she's not pregnant, and she's actually got a false belly and one of those fake baby bumps, I guess you can buy. And surprise, it's not a baby. She has all this cash. So what do you think it's from? And Al's like, bank robbery, and she's like, yeah. And then it goes into, and I was supposed to deliver papers to a Mexican restaurant, which sort of like laundering money for the cartel, and I couldn't do it. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. And she never fleshed out the story. So we just have pieces of it. But that's what the Cash Baby thing is about. Matthew Harris just gifted 10 Recovery Addict memberships. Thank you, Matthew. If you have not headed over to Matthew Harris's YouTube channel and taken the daily crime quiz, you need to do that promptly. It makes you smarter, and it just might save your life. You never know. Alicia Davis also comes in with one membership gift as well. So we got 11 there, right back to back. That is a great way to become a member on this channel. A lot of people have joined as a member due to the generous donations of other members. So thank you all. Welcome. Questions here. Ashley says, Recovery Addict, I'm imagining one of those fanny packs that's got the hairy man belly printed on it. Oh my goodness, please no. It's probably something that you can order off Wish, honestly. That's what she went with. 8 months pregnant fanny pack. Yeah. Lisa says, do you think Al could be behind the two-way mirror listening? No, I don't think so. Al is in Colorado at this time. He's still there trying to help with the... You did what? Oh, Mrs. R.A. just came in and said, I didn't yawn. So maybe I should be concerned. Sorry, Al is in Colorado. Leticia is back in South Carolina. And she doesn't know that Al knows when the police know that she's in South Carolina. There's no way he's there. This is where she got arrested back in South Carolina. So he's not there behind the mirror. It's probably other law enforcement that are watching and paying attention. Let's see. Scooch over. Make room for new members. Please do. Mighty Heidi says, Recovery Addict, even LS realized that story was over the top and had to jump ship on it. She's like, okay, that was a little much, right? A little much. At this point, is she under arrest? She's been told she's not free to leave. So, yes, she's being detained because Colorado has probable cause. She's been told that at the beginning of this interview, and she was also read her rights, and she signed the paperwork. She's been said she's not getting treatment for mental health. She's of sound mind. The entry into this interview was artistic. It was beauty at its finest. This detective, this FBI agent, did such a good job leading her to this and getting her to talk all the time, making it look like it was her decision to say, he didn't care either way. It's fine. We just want to be able to give you some information. I can't do that unless you sign these and agree to it. And of course, she wants information. She is clamoring. She wants to know exactly what the FBI knows, because if the police can tell her what they know, what they already know, she can spin that into her story, and she can be like, yeah, that happened. You're right. See, I've been telling you the truth all along. I agree with you, type thing, and try to twist it into one of her lies. So she is there for the information. She wants that information. And I think if she starts to bail on this conversation, I think we might see this FBI agent tempt her with that carrot again and just dangle it out in front of her with, well, we found some stuff type thing we'd like to talk to you about. We'll see if she does that. Krista just gifted 5 memberships as well. Tons of new members. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for supporting the channel. Tower Hill Girl, great question there. Appreciate that. It would be more believable if she had said Bigfoot took off Gannon on their hike. Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a lot of poop talk going on here. Unfortunately, Gannon did have a medical condition that made going to the bathroom a problem at times. Probably stemmed from the fact that he was a miracle baby. being born very early, very small, and that's a common side effect. I think people can grow out of that as they age older, as their body develops, but other people have some lifelong conditions that just the body wasn't ready when it was time to do the job, and it just doesn't ever develop the way it should. So that's what we're talking about here, and the investigator is catching her in some lies, saying, "Hey, you said he was on one end of the spectrum, and at the other end he was all backed up, and you know, how can you have both at the same time? It doesn't really add up." Allison says, "Al, obviously, she's going to tell many stories to the FBI. I don't think she can just pick one. We might get the full progression of the stories and why she did each one." Let's see. Sub count. I can show you a sub count. Just one second, if I can find it. We are right here. We're at 15,570. Thank you very much. Appreciate every single one of you. That's awesome. You guys are incredible. I get a new seat as a member, right? Trying to learn over here. Mercedes, yes, you just type !seat and you will move right up to your reserved seating. Thank you very much. Let's see. At some point, he's going to tell her, like, look, something happens majorly in that bedroom, so her story can circle back to that instead
Rain
of...
for my favorite and amazing host at Recovery Addict Tugs from Tennessee. Andy Logan, thank you very much. Rain for my favorite. You guys are great. Just being here is enough, but I appreciate you. You guys are amazing. It lets me do the most amazing job in the world, which is this. I love this job. I've never had a job as amazing as this one. So thank you very much. Hugs right back to you to Tennessee. Appreciate you being with us. Did you notice the box of tissues is missing from the defense table? Yes, but we also don't know if she put stuff in her ears before she came to court. Like if she had to make a stop in the restroom or something, she might have, prepped her earplugs then. Did you hear how he smoothly asked her why not call in for Harley like she called for Gannon if they were all exhausted? She was getting irritated. Yeah, she does not like being called on things, and then she has to work another thing another aspect into her story. I can't stop watching because I want to see her face when she figures out that she's been beat at her own game and she's not going home. She knows already she's not going home. And the funny thing is she's like, well, why didn't you just call me and tell me? It's like, you don't arrest people over the phone. That's not how it works, lady. How do you know if you were gifted a membership? Sandy, it would show up on your screen. Most importantly, your name would show up in green on the chat. Gray is for subscribers, green is for members, blue is for mods. Those are the three colors. So if you are gifted a membership, if you have the setting turned on and you are gifted a membership, your name turns green in chat and you'll have a little courthouse that appears by your name that changes colors based on how long you've been a member. Brenda, how do I become a Recovery Addict member? If you type !join in chat at any time we're live, the bot will respond with a link that takes you to a page that you can turn, you can join. Sometimes if you have a $ symbol at the bottom of the chat window, you might be able to click on that and see membership options. But sometimes, depending on the device you're on, whether it's Android or Apple, it might not show up either. It's easier on a computer. Just joining 3 hours behind and listening. Let it be summer. You're in the good stuff. You probably just, let's see. You probably just finished the Cash Baby story. That's a fun part. That's a really fun part.
Alex stole it.
When does LS admit she murdered Gannon? Pleads NGRI. Okay, so Charmaine, that was after, she didn't go with NGRI until after her last psychoanalysis type thing. So that was very recent. We're not going to see that in any of these interrogations. That's not going to happen. Okay, can we please get a Cash Billy soundbite, please? Sleuths Investigate. If someone could send me just the timestamp of the video that has the audio, I'm looking for a bit that is very clean, like there's not a lot of people talking at the same time. So if somebody can find that clip that just has the audio, we'll see if we can bring it on as audio. Did you fix the Missus videos? Casey, I don't know. I think spell check overcorrected you there. I'm not sure what you meant there. Let me know again. Instead of using LS in chat, we should use clown. I did try to make a liar liar pants on fire emoji. I haven't seen it pop up in chat. You might have to refresh your page to get access to it. But if it didn't work, let me know. I can check it. I secretly want to open another YouTube account so I can vote Cash Belly again, says Olivia Webster. You did the videos without sound for Mrs.? I have the memory of a goldfish. I apologize, Chair. Explain it. Sorry, Mrs. R.A. That's what you're talking about. Yes, she's redone the videos. She's filmed all of them. The audio works this time. She's got one of them edited that she did yesterday that will be going up next week, and she'll be editing the other ones. So yes, we did. That's what you're talking about. Sorry, I was in another place. My wife, I did try to make her link work. There's the liar liar pants on fire. Does that work, you guys? Is that the good pants on fire icon? That's the only one I could find that would work. For those that do want to get a hold of my wife's YouTube page, I think if you type !Mrs. MRS, I think it should pop up. You forgot about the emojis. Yes, one of the benefits of being a member is you have access to some amazing emojis, including the ring emojis there, which are just fantastic. Let's see. Hopefully this works. I'm hoping I did it right. Nope. Yep. There it went. So it has two responses. It either gives her that, or it says, fun fact on Mrs. Aria's channel, Aria is called Mr. Homeschool Ground Zero, which is also true. What's the zebra emoji for? Anyone? Someone asked me, and in a moment of weakness, I conceded and made the zebra emoji. It was sent to me in perfect format, and I said, okay. I do try to give you the emojis that you want that are pertinent to share. It's just another fun thing we do here. Are we going to announce the winner of the poll right now? Sorry, thank you for telling me. I always forget to close out the polls. Let's see. We're voting Cash Belly, right? Everyone's voting Cash Belly. The poll results are in. It goes like this. Which story will Leticia tell the FBI? Cash Belly wins with 31%, Quincy at 25%, Eduardo with 23%, and Bike Accident with 19%. So Cash Belly it is. Hopefully she gets those results and runs with it. It'll be epic. When is Mrs. R.A. next live? We don't do a lot of lives. We'll probably do another joint one here in a couple of weeks to answer more Q&A about homeschooling on her channel. My cash belt has broken in place of my waters have broken. Might bring people to your aid quicker at least. Yes, they'll come diving for the cash instead of for the water. Let's see. All right, we need a Cash Belly emoji. I'll look for one over lunch. How about that? I'll look for a Cash Belly. I think it might be better to do a sound effect on that one than an image, because realize that an emoji is like 48 by 48 pixels. There's not much you can do, and a Cash Belly might appear to be something completely different than what I intend it to be. And I'd hate for somebody to think that it's something inappropriate. So Alzion, great soundbite. I'm gonna write that one down. See if it sounds good. Yawn, Cash Belly. Okay, we'll take a look at those. We'll add those to the homework list. What time will we be back in court? We always start half an hour before court does. So we're going to be back here at, I believe, what did he say? Did he say 1:15 is when they start? So we'll start maybe 1:15, like 15 minutes before. I said half an hour, but let's do 15 minutes. That'll give us all time to actually eat some food. Get 45 minutes off. Just check in, see if somebody can tell me the time for sure. TD says, okay, so I posted my first YouTube video in which I attempt to break down criteria for the NGRI plea for the state of Colorado. A shout out to Matthew Harris. It was one shot, no edit, post 12. TD, awesome. If you can, TD, if you can text to the burner phone with the link to that, I'd love to take a look at that video. ! Burner in chat will give you the burner phone number. I'll take a look at that and see if we can see if it's something that we could learn from here for all of us together as you educate us. She talks about the Cash Belly at about -248.
He said a little before 1:30.
A little before 1:30. Okay, so we're going to start probably at 3. I'll give you 40 minutes is all you get for lunch. Thank you, Allison, for that. I appreciate that. Generous support. Let's do this. Let me
Bing, 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 bing. Let's go right there and right here. Okay. This puts me on a timer because I have to be done before the song's over, right? Thank you to all the amazing mods who helped make this channel just be incredible. I could not do this without them. They're wonderful. Cut them a little slack. It's crazy when there's 4,800 people in chat talking at the same time and they're trying to moderate and make sure that, the random troll doesn't slip through the cracks. If you do accidentally get a comment deleted, please don't be offended. They're doing the best they can. If there is a problem, if you think you got blocked or something inappropriately, reach out to me on the burner phone. You can always do that. We do post the burner phone on a regular basis, so even if you can't talk in chat, just watch for when the burner phone pops out and let me know and say, hey, did I get banned on accident? Let me know. We don't ban very many people, so if you did, it was probably on accident, and if you got banned and it wasn't on accident, you probably know why. So anyway, thank you, everyone. We're going to be back at 3 o'clock, 40 minutes now. We'll reopen the chat in just a few minutes. First person in chat, as always, does win the internet. If you'd like that to be you, the best thing to do is to click the subscribe button and ring the bell. That way, when we go live or when that window pops up, you'll be able to pop in first, say something in chat, and you too could win the internet. If for some reason you're not able to join us this afternoon, first of all, I'm sorry. We'll miss you. It won't be the same without you. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. It will be 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. We'll see you for part 2. Thanks a lot.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.